think it's very important, particularly to Steny Hoyer because it's his birthday, and we wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Thank you. Our first order of business today is the Agriculture, Rural Development, Flood, Food and Drug Administration and related agencies appropriations bills for fiscal year 2024. I will now recognize Chairman Harris to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairwoman Granger, and I want to commend your leadership in moving the fiscal year 24 appropriations process forward. I also want to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, and the ranking member of the Agriculture Subcommittee, Mr. Bishop, as I appreciate the conversations he and I have had in regards to the bill. While I know we don't agree on everything, we've reached areas of consensus that will keep our ag communities vital. As Americans know all too well, our country continues to face record inflation, driven by the overspending of the last Congress and the Biden administration. We simply cannot continue down this path of spending large sums of money without regard to the fiscal future of our nation or its effect on inflation. Today's bill takes the same approach American families take every day. They simply have to do more with less under this Biden economy. American families decide every day where to cut back spending to pay for what's most important. For them, those decisions are difficult. Likewise, we've had to make tough decisions for the good of the nation's future. For FY24, the Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and related agencies subcommittee's discretionary allocation is $17.8 billion. But by redirecting nearly $7.5 billion in unobligated funds from the Inflation Reduction Act, this bill funds the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Commodities Future Trading Commission with an effective allocation of $25.3 billion, a decrease of 2% from this fiscal year, and an increase of only $188 million above FY22 levels. This legislation supports critical ag research and plant and animal health programs, invests in rural communities, expands access to broadband, provides nutrition assistance to those in need, and ensures that American consumers have a safe food and drug supply. This legislation rejects the Biden administration's unrealistic proposed spending levels that disregarded the dire fiscal reality our country faces. It also rejects the administration's continued push to bloat inside the Beltway federal bureaucracy by halting new hires in the Washington, D.C. office. Instead, we focus on hiring an increased USDA workforce outside the Beltway, in the offices that directly serve and support rural America. I'd like to highlight a few areas where this legislation prioritizes essential functions while being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. With regards to supporting the core mission, the bill provides nearly $1.2 billion for the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service to support the department's effort to protect our producers from foreign plant and animal diseases. The bill continues to invest in the delivery of farm programs, disaster assistance, and crop insurance to farmers and ranchers by maintaining funding for the Farm Service Agency and the Risk Management Agency. The bill provides a $30 million increase for the Food Safety and Inspection Service to fully fund our nation's frontline inspectors of meat and poultry products. The Commodities Supplemental Food Program, which provides food to low-income seniors, is increased by $35 million to help with the runaway food cost inflation these seniors face and that we all face under the Biden economy. We also continue to make important investments in critical agricultural research that will keep our producers on the cutting edge of technology and production practices. The bill increases funding for USDA's flagship competitive grant program, the Agriculture and Food Research Initiative, by $5 million. This legislation continues to fund rural development programs, including critical infrastructure investments in water and wastewater systems, broadband, and rural housing programs. The bill includes over $260 million for Reconnect to complement existing generous funds to deploy broadband to the most underserved areas. We also continue to provide homeownership loans. But OMB subsidy rates have skyrocketed due to inflation under the Biden economy, and so to keep credit flowing in rural areas, the bill increases the budget authority by 87% to support these homeownership loan programs. And rural housing grants have over $100 million available from prior appropriations in addition to what we provide in this bill. For the Food and Drug Administration, the bill provides just over $3.5 billion in direct appropriations, and with increased user fees, FDA has a total budget of $6.6 billion to enable the agency to keep foods, drugs, and medical devices safe and effective. The bill includes $345 million for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission to continue to oversee and ensure the integrity of U.S. derivative markets. With regards to fiscal responsibility, at the same time, this legislation reins in some of the administration's wasteful, out-of-control spending. It removes the Secretary's discretionary use of the Commodity Credit Corporation to fund unauthorized non-emergency programs by returning statutory language to the pre-COVID language. Last week, even the GAO concluded USDA's use of the Commodity Credit Corporation failed to comply with the Congressional Review Act. The CCC is not intended to allow USDA to completely bypass Congress in establishing new programs, and in this bill, we put an end to this abuse. In doing so, the bill saves $1 billion in fiscal year 24 alone. That's the CBO scoring. But given that the USDA used these discretionary powers to spend $2.5 billion and $6.6 billion in the last 2 fiscal years, respectively, I would submit to my colleagues the real savings to taxpayers of taking these authorities away will be much higher than the CBO score. Let me be clear. Restricting these authorities will have no impact on the Farm Bill and conservation programs, crop insurance, or the Secretary's ability to access the CCC in an animal or plant health emergency. All of those duties and functions will continue under this bill. This legislation also rescinds $5.8 billion in wasteful spending from the Inflation Reduction Act. It's finally time to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars by rescinding these new government giveaways. We must work to right-size programs, especially since the pandemic is over and President Biden has ended the public health emergency last month. And this is why we're returning the WIC cash value voucher benefits to a normal, sustainable, inflation-adjusted funding level. The American Rescue Plan provided a one-time increase in these benefits due to the pandemic, but these increases continued to be built into the WIC program in fiscal year 22 and 23. Our bill provides cash value vouchers above pre-pandemic levels to help with food price inflation caused by the Biden economy. But with the end of the public health emergency, it's time to return this program to normal operations. The bill provides $6 billion total for WIC, the same appropriation as the last Congress did for fiscal year 2023. As benefit levels return to normal, all eligible participants will be served at this funding level, and the Secretary still has a WIC contingency fund balance to meet unexpected demand. Programs that have received significant increases through the IIJA and the American Rescue Plan did not receive additional funding if sufficient balances remain available. We'll continue to monitor the expenditure of these funds as the process moves forward. On the regulatory front, this legislation puts a stop to USDA's efforts under the Packards and Stockyards Act to dictate how poultry and livestock producers raise and market their animals. This bill also prevents the purchase of farmland by our foreign adversaries, while providing funds for the Farm Service Agency to fulfill its duty to track foreign ownership of land. The bill also returns the use of mifepristone to in-person dispensing by a healthcare provider. This is a drug that should not be used without the supervision of a physician, and anyone who truly cares, who genuinely cares about women's health and safety, should support this common sense provision. Finally, as I said earlier, this bill takes the same approach American families have to take every day. They have to do more with less under the Biden economy. American families decide every day where to cut back spending to pay for what's most important. We're not appropriating monopoly money. It's hard-earned taxpayer dollars. And sometimes tough decisions have to be made, and this bill makes those decisions. In conclusion, I want to thank the staff on the subcommittee for their efforts: Pam Miller, Justin Masucci, Elizabeth Dent, Judd Gardner, Mary Hubert, and Sheila Corley, as well as Martha Foley, Alex Swan, and Tyler Coe on the minority staff. I look forward to working with all of you as the bill moves forward, and I ask for your support for this legislation. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. I know you recognize what we're doing. I now recognize Mr. Bishop for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Harris. As I said in the subcommittee markup, for the past couple of years, when I woke up in the morning on markup day for the subcommittee, I often reminded myself of the biblical admonition that this is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. That's because when we came to mark up this bill over the last several years, I was able to say that the work done by the agencies we were funding would touch the lives of every single American in a positive way. I often say that this bill helps to ensure that America has the highest quality, the safest, the most abundant, and the most affordable food and fiber, medicine, and medical devices anywhere in the industrialized world. This bill is also the means, and I was always excited because it would give us the opportunity, and the bill is the vehicle by which rural America, our rural communities, the heartland of our nation, are supported. Rural America, north, south, east, west, small towns, sparsely populated areas actually produce most of the food and fiber that all of us consume. Yet rural America and persistent poverty counties have low tax bases, high unemployment, lack of access to health care services, water systems, and other quality of life conditions not faced by urban and suburban communities. This is true more in red counties than in blue. So I'm concerned today as I come here because it's very difficult, despite my faith, to rejoice in this markup because today this bill turns its back on rural America. It's a retreat from our most vulnerable communities. The bill really makes it more difficult to implement the missions of USDA and to have a level playing field for all Americans. Over the past 2 decades, our country and the agriculture industry have grown. Yet this bill would return America's agriculture back to 2007 funding levels, with an allocation of $17.8 billion, nearly $8 billion below last year's enacted bill, if you cut through the shell game of rescissions and repurposing that the bill employs, the budget gimmicks, if you will. For the past 2 years, USDA has been working hard to implement policies and has been making investments that America's farmers, rural communities, and families have been promised. And they're really counting on us to continue to help to rebuild and recover from the pandemic, from countless natural disasters, and other challenges outside of their control. This subcommittee has provided the resources in the past to jumpstart these efforts, but the bill today would take away food assistance from women and children, from vulnerable people, seniors, people with health conditions, and make it difficult for them to consistently work. America cannot thrive if Americans are hungry. This bill takes food out of the mouths of nearly 5 million hungry women and children by rescinding $500 million in WIC funding and underfunding the account for 2024. Since the late 1990s, the Appropriations Committee's bipartisan practice has been to provide enough funds for WIC to serve all eligible applicants. This bill limits USDA's ability to do this. It also reduces the level for WIC fruit and vegetable vouchers by $1.2 billion, hurting both families and farmers. Nearly 4.6 million women and children will lose benefits or have them reduced in FY24. That's 4.6 million people that American farmers will not be able to feed, and $1.2 billion of lost revenue to farmers. While I often say that food is medicine, and it is, we must make sure we have safe prescription drugs and medical devices. They're crucial to the well-being of our loved ones. When supply chains are broken or safety is compromised, the cost is dire, not just in dollars, but in lives lost. We must provide FDA with the resources for a robust inspection regime to hold domestic and foreign drug manufacturers accountable. This bill falls short. This bill strips the Secretary of Agriculture of the discretionary use of the Commodity Credit Corporation funding. Just recently, the subcommittee received a letter from Secretary Vilsack announcing his intention to use the CCC authority to provide emergency grain storage in Kentucky for at least 9 other states that were hit by severe weather. His letter cites several of the provisions that would be blocked by the language in this House bill. The CCC is a tool put in law to benefit agriculture producers, no matter which party is in the White House. The only folks that suffer when any administration is not allowed to use the CCC at its discretion are our agriculture producers. The majority is eliminating nearly $2 billion in FSA farm loan modification assistance to distressed borrowers in immediate danger of losing their farm operations. To date, the department has been able to help keep more than 20,000 farmers in business through this initiative, including nearly 5,000 farmers in Texas, Maryland, and Alabama, and other states represented by the majority. Why would you want to put farmers and ranchers out of business? How can you justify allowing hardworking farmers to go into foreclosure right as we are coming out of the pandemic and just recovering from the floods, the wildfires, the hurricanes, the typhoons, and the droughts? We cannot cynically retreat from rural America when Congress has to be a steadfast partner to help it grow. Rural America is the cornerstone of this country's agriculture industry. These communities rely on crucial infrastructure, from water and wastewater systems to high-speed internet. Yet these projects have huge upfront costs that their smaller tax bases cannot bear alone. Community facilities grants are cut 90% by this bill, stopping the progress in bringing affordable health care to underserved rural communities. For example, this bill includes a 30% cut to rural water and waste disposal loans and a 36% cut to waste disposal grants. That is 325 projects for rural water and wastewater systems that will not happen. That's thousands of families not sure if they will be able to turn on the spigot and get clean water to drink. The bill also eliminates funding for the Distressed Communities Program, which means hundreds of small local governments will not be able to upgrade their water systems to meet EPA standards for getting arsenic and lead out of their drinking water. And the nearly 30% cut to single-family direct housing loans from $1.25 billion in FY23 to $900 million in FY24 will make it harder for rural Americans to afford to buy a house. This means that over 2,800 rural families will not be able to get financing to pay for their home. And this is not just going to impact my constituents in Middle and Southwest Georgia. These programs serve rural communities across the country. Maryland received a combined $23.4 million in rural water grants and loans last year. Alabama, $26.2 million. Iowa received $133.8 million. Michigan, $144.1 million. Washington State, $32.9 million in single-family housing loans. Louisiana received $65.5 million, and California received $167.3 million. The bill also rescinds $500 million from the Renewable Energy for America program, the REAP program, just before the House Agriculture Committee begins drafting the Farm Bill. Farmers face high input costs, and the majority is limiting the reach of this program, which helps them lower their energy bills with energy-efficient projects. Rural electric cooperatives across the country help close the gap in our power grid. stepping in to ensure rural communities have access to affordable energy. Over 900 rural electric cooperatives serve 42 million people across 48 states, including persistent poverty counties, those who can least afford to build and maintain this crucial infrastructure. Yet, this bill will slash $1 billion in funding for these nonprofit electric co-ops. This bill will directly result in a huge rate hike for the people these co-ops serve. Why? Why would you cut this funding as the electric co-ops are just gearing up to use this program? Let me talk just a little bit about riders. This bill, as you have heard, reverses the 2023 FDA decision to permanently make mifepristone available over the counter. This bill infringes on women's rights to make their own decisions regarding their reproductive health choices. This blocks the all rulemaking regarding the gypsy issue under the Packers and Stockyards Act. Small poultry producers who are getting killed by the large companies with unfair contracting practices. This bill has a rider saying that no funds for critical race theory related work can be utilized. What in tarnation is critical race theory? There's no definition of what is actually being prohibited. This is just a dog whistle to invoke an irrational response to something that does not even exist. No one can define it. This bill, with the riders, blocks the Biden executive orders on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and support for underserved communities were designed to create an equal opportunity for all Americans to have access to USDA programs, race, gender, national origin. USDA has a long and storied history of discrimination. It is unquestioned, yet this bill would undermine the efforts to try to equalize the opportunity for access to everyone to USDA programs. The bill is also petty. It has a rider that blocks funding for the Office of Communication of the Secretary of Agriculture because of a press release he put out describing the impact of the Republican bill on the debt limit. This is absolutely ridiculous. It is retaliatory and it's petty. This bill should be a vehicle by which we help Americans from all walks of life. But what is here before us today does not meet the moment. Our farmers, producers, and rural communities deserve a more reliable partner in this committee and in this Congress. Too much is at stake, from the food we eat to the medicine and medical devices on which we rely, and the fiber and materials that help clothe and build our country and preserve our national security. Americans deserve better. We can do better. We are better than this, and the American people must have us perform better. It is my hope that we can come together between now and the end of this appropriations process, that we can sit down and reasonably look forward at how we can help the American people, not hurt them, and how we can preserve and cause our rural communities to thrive. Never in this country should we be satisfied to allow a child or a family or a small business to have its potential limited and its opportunities curtailed simply because it is located in an RFD zip code. We should not condone that, and this subcommittee and this Congress is responsible for addressing it. I appreciate the hard work, the congenial spirit of Chairman Harris, Chairman Granger, Ranking Member DeLauro, the majority and the minority staffs, and our personal staffs. We want, I believe, to do what is best for our country, but we need to do our jobs. We need to take care of the American people. I want to believe that all of us want the best for our country. I believe that if we reasonably look to each other, and I appreciate the fact that the chairman has been willing to sit down and talk about it, but I hope we can find some middle ground because this bill does not meet the challenges with which the American people are faced. We need to do better. We must do better. This is not a good work product, and I urge us to improve this bill and to defeat it. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. First, I want to thank Dr. Harris for his work on this bill that funds the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, and the Food and Drug Administration. This bill works to lower costs and grow our economy by supporting America's farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. During the last Congress, many of the agencies and programs in this bill received significant increases. I thank the gentleman for coming up with ways to regather some of the funds we already have on hand and redirect them toward priorities in this bill. Specifically, this bill focuses on agriculture, research, food safety, and plant and animal health programs. This bill also provides a responsible level of funding for the FDA to ensure that our food, drugs, and medical devices are safe and effective. Overall, this bill prioritizes our most pressing needs, and I hope all members will support it. I want to thank all the subcommittee members and the staff for their work to get the bill committee today. I now recognize Ranking Member DeLauro for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Granger, for yielding, and I want to associate myself with everything that Ranking Member Bishop said during the subcommittee markup and reiterated here today. I would also like to thank the majority and the minority staff, particularly Martha Foley, Alex Swan, and Tyler Coey. The bill before us is a perfect example of how House Republicans misled the American people. They do not want to return critical domestic programs to the 2022 levels. They do not want to adhere to the bipartisan agreement set by the President and the Speaker, and which passed with many of their votes. Instead, they continue to pursue the biggest cuts in recorded history. Meanwhile, right after bringing our economy to the brink of collapse, supposedly for the sake of fiscal responsibility, House Republicans came back with a tax cut, a $1.2 trillion tax cut. They are working on another massive tax break for billionaires and the biggest corporations. Apparently, debt only matters when it is about domestic investments. This encapsulates Republican values, hurting farmers and hardworking Americans under the guise of deficit reduction while fighting for tax loopholes for billionaires. There's a wonderful Yiddish word for all of this, which is chutzpah. It really defies imagination. The level of funding in this agriculture bill allocation was last seen in 2007. I want to repeat, 2007, 16 years ago. I want to pause for a second to help us all gain a better understanding of just how long ago 2007 was. In 2007, only 3 of the now 11 Fast and Furious movies were out. Most of us were still using a BlackBerry. Steve Jobs introduced the first iPhone in January 2007. And it was so long ago that don't ask, don't tell was still official policy. We cannot pretend that the needs of 2007 fit the needs of today. I do not think American farmers and rural communities want to go back there. And what's worse is that this proposal is built on $8 billion in, quote, claimed savings that are not just bad policy and politically untenable, but morally outrageous. This is completely detached from reality because most of these rescissions will likely not be available next year. I would have thought the majority would recognize this, but beyond belief, they seem intent to take away almost $3.25 billion from rural communities by gutting rural electric co-ops used to help support the long-term resiliency, reliability, and affordability of rural electric systems. After the Agriculture Subcommittee markup, my staff met with constituents from across the country. Visitors from Alabama and Nebraska in particular were aghast at this proposal. I know why I'm against these absurd rescissions, because I do support rural America. The bill abandons rural Americans, slashing the Women, Infants, and Children, the WIC program, by $800 million. Some 5 million women and children could lose food and vegetable vouchers. In case any was unclear, the majority is practicing so-called fiscal responsibility by taking food out of the mouths of moms and babies. But a tax cut is okay. They also cut the Renewable Energy for America program by $500 million, got rural electric investment in clean energy efficiency by $3.25 billion. They eliminate payments from the Inflation Reduction Act that serve as the financial lifeline, which have already helped more than 20,000 distressed farmers, keeping them from going into foreclosure. This bill does nothing to address the shortages that have forced doctors around the country to choose which patients are more deserving of life-saving chemotherapy drugs than others. It is full of policy riders that focus more on social wedge issues, catering to the ideological extreme than helping farmers and Americans everywhere who rely on funding in this bill for everything from accessing the internet to the food they eat and the medicines they take. The bill would reverse the FDA decision to allow mifepristone to be dispensed in certified pharmacies instead of only by prescribers in hospitals, clinics, and medical offices. I would like to point out to those concerning themselves with the healthcare decisions made by women, that the current FDA policy still requires mifepristone to be prescribed by a qualified health care provider. This policy rider would overrule the established scientific process for FDA approval to restrict women's access to health care. This move is unprecedented. The subcommittee has no business overturning the considered decision of the FDA, just to make it harder for women to get an abortion. To my knowledge, we have never done this before, and it sets a very dangerous precedent that appropriators have a vote in the decisions made by women. By what scientific authority or knowledge do you have to make this medical decision? What other science? There is no one in this room qualified to make this medical decision. What other science will be overturned because of your ideological views? It also contains two riders friendly to big tobacco, prohibiting limits on menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars, stopping any limits on the amount of nicotine in cigarettes. What will be the health consequences? What will be the life expectancy consequences? I strongly oppose both of these riders in the interest of public health and preventing youth nicotine addiction. There is plenty in this bill that would never become law, such as prohibiting the implementation of 3 executive orders related to racial equity and gutting protections for small poultry farmers. In short, this bill exemplifies Republicans' values, taking food out of the mouths of hungry people, veterans, children, seniors, creating hurdles for women to access medication, raising energy costs for rural Americans, and making it harder for small farmers to make ends meet. At the same time tipping the scale in favor of big corporations and protecting big tobacco. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Sorry, we're out of.
Ms. Hanson.
Okay.
Recognize Ms. Hanson.
What? Ms. Henson is recognized. Pardon the.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues on the committee. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this bill. And I rise today to support this Ag FDA Appropriations bill. This bill does offer a responsible approach to rein in out-of-control spending while still prioritizing programs that are absolutely critical to USDA's mission to support American agricultural producers and our rural communities. This bill does support our poultry and livestock producers by increasing our funding for animal health initiatives, helping our producers mitigate and respond to threats like avian influenza and African swine fever. And as one of the largest egg-producing states in the country, this is vital to Iowa. It provides robust support for agricultural research programs, including a $5 million increase for the Agriculture, Food, and Research Initiative, USDA's flagship competitive grant program. And also, I would add, this bill does redirect resources for staffing and assistance in USDA field offices that directly serve and support rural America. I had the chance to visit one of these offices myself in my district just a week and a half ago. They need the staffing and they need those resources. We don't need to be building the bureaucracy here in Washington, D.C. So I support this underlying bill. Thank you for your work, Mr. Chairman, on it, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to begin by pointing out that in a normal appropriations cycle, this annual bill has always aimed at a steady, gradual improvement and agricultural progress for our nation. America's farmers, ranchers, agricultural workers drive enterprises that help make and grow what makes and grows America in food, fiber, forestry, and fuels. This bill recognizes that families, this bill recognizes the reality of hunger also for children, families, and seniors who are hurting financially and struggling just to meet life's challenges. Key USDA programs like the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition and Women's, Infants, and Children's Nutrition programs meet real human needs. Disappointingly, this bill overall takes direct action to impair vitally important USDA programs that will diminish the quality of life for millions of our fellow citizens by cutting $8 billion in critical nutrition assistance and penalizing the most vulnerable Americans. I would offer the opinion that only individuals who have never been hungry could do anything like this. This bill funds WIC at a rate of 12.7% lower than what is needed to meet current participation, and we have a growing population. This shortage will result in more low birth weight babies and infant mortality. And yes, this bill takes food out of the mouths of veterans, children, seniors, and people with disabilities. Furthermore, if my colleagues across the aisle insist on spending cuts, I would like to have seen reductions in corporate payouts rather than cuts to rural electrification, which supports Americans in 92% of the persistently impoverished counties in our country. While giant electric companies get tax rebates, rather than paying their fair share in taxes, here we are, reneging on funds for rural electric co-ops that represent a direct and critical investment in rural America. This bill is alarmingly out of touch with millions of Americans in rural America, some of the lowest income places in our nation. Rural America struggles, and it struggles in Ohio. The financial rut that so many families are stuck in is reality. Rural economies across our nation need investment, not disinvestment. If we don't support farmers, the reality of our nation not having a follow-on generation of farmers is well known. You will snuff out more farmers. Please tell me how cutting loans and services to financially distressed farmers and underfunding critical direct loans for the purchase of homes in rural areas secures the future of small towns. Are we going to be the generation that's going to cede our production to a majority of imported food? That's what the statistics show. Shouldn't our agricultural bill be a mechanism to stabilize the already stressed domestic food supply system? I view it as a matter of national security. Tell me how cutting water and wastewater grants across rural America gets safer water services. How's that supposed to happen? If you want to see the reality of it, I invite you to Ohio. I'll take you to some places you wouldn't believe really exist in America. To my colleagues in the majority, I want to ask you, ask yourself, does this bill really exemplify Republican values? Does it exemplify your values? It takes food out of the mouths of children, seniors, veterans, raises energy costs for rural Americans, makes it harder for small farmers to make ends meet, and tips the scale in favor of the wealthy and big corporations wherever they exist in the world. Look at what's happened to our hog supply chain. I hope that moving forward, we can restore some rationality to this critical funding bill for our agricultural sector in rural America. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Valadeo is recognized.
Thank you. Chairman Harris and all other members of the committee, I would like to express my appreciation for the inclusion of crucial report language in this bill, specifically addressing the recent storms and flooding that have devastated much of California's farmlands over the past 4 months. The report language recognizes the effects of the recent historic storms in California and expresses concern for the impact of flooding on our nation's most productive farmland. In Kings County alone, which has seen the return of the historic lake in Corcoran, the Ag Commissioner estimates nearly 115,000 acres will be flooded before July, and to over $295 million in crop losses in just one of my counties alone. With these concerns in mind, I am grateful that the committee has directed the Secretary to utilize all available disaster response and assistance measures in a fast and effective manner. This will ensure that our agriculture producers across the state of California who have been affected by the recent flooding receive the support they desperately need. The directive also emphasizes the need for further assistance in the event of flooding that may follow the melting of our record snowpack in the Sierras. My district is home to the largest dairy and specialty crop industries out there. The dairy industry alone contributes over $7 billion to our economy, providing jobs and nutritious foods for communities across our nation and overseas. Our specialty crop producers are so impressive, with over 350 different crops in production, accounting for over $27 billion in annual value. I want to thank the committee for recognizing the urgent needs of the California farmers and including the vital report language in this bill. By coming together and prioritizing the recovery of our ag sector, we are fulfilling our commitment to the protection and success of our domestic farmers, ranchers, and producers. I look forward to working alongside my fellow Appropriations Committee members to support and uplift the agriculture producers in my district and around the country that feed this nation and the world at large. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Lee of California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me first say that when looking at this bill, my immediate response was it does inflict really cruel and unusual punishment of low-income, poor people, people of color, people who live in urban and in rural communities, and the LGBTQ plus community. The majority's overall subcommittee allocations are $119 billion below the spending caps outlined once again in the debt ceiling package, the agreement that Speaker McCarthy and President Biden negotiated, and $131 billion beyond or below the fiscal year 23 funding levels. Beyond these numbers is the fact that the ones who will be impacted, and these are people, the most are our people of color, our poor, rural, and underserved communities. When our communities are facing ongoing crises to attain basic human rights, access to healthy food, clean water, clean energy, and medication, this bill would gut federal resources. The bill zeroes funding for two programs, the Office of Urban Agriculture and the Healthy Food Financing Program. Both are critical tools to address food deserts. They also provide jobs, respond to climate change, and increase regional and local food production, including within tribal communities. It's outrageous that the bill erases and defunds work to build a more just and equitable place for all. Section 764 attempts to remove all efforts, and I quote, relating to further advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. This impacts the USDA, FDA, the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, and Farm Credit Administration. This language must be stricken. Democracy requires fairness, equality, and equity for everyone. That includes white, poor, and low-income people, the LGBTQ community, African Americans, Latinx, API, Native communities, everyone in this country. That's what equity is all about. The bill slashes funding and makes harmful policies to changes to the supplemental nutrition program. Let me be clear, subjecting people in desperate need, and I mean desperate need, of safety net programs to time limits and work requirements are proven to be ineffective, discriminatory, and burdensome to people who need it the most. This includes veterans, individuals who are disabled, youth aging out of foster care, those re-entering the workforce after incarceration, and many chronically unhoused. And so I am staunchly opposed to the proposed section also in Section 739 of the bill, which would establish policies to restrict what consumers can purchase in SNAP. SNAP is a lifeline to families across the nation, including 5 million Californians, but SNAP benefits provide just $6 per person a day, $6. And so we need to really improve the adequacy of SNAP benefits, not punish people by restricting their access to food. The House Ag Budget Rider, on mifepristone is a harmful attempt to strip away, once again, people's freedom to make their own medical decisions with their medical providers. It's not the business of Republicans on this committee to use our nation's budget to substitute their judgments over the judgments of nonpartisan scientific and medical experts who determine FDA policy governing medication. This rider also must be stricken. Finally, I'm deeply troubled that this bill includes industry-backed provisions that would prohibit FDA from proceeding with rules to prohibit menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. FDA's proposed rules would literally save millions of lives, including a disproportionate number of Black lives. Let me remind you also that Black lives do matter. I strongly oppose this bill, which harms the progress that this nation has made to advance equity, address food insecurity, and provide lifelines to children and families across this nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Letlow is recognized.
And Ranking Member DeLauro. As a member of Congress who represents the largest agriculture district in the state of Louisiana and one of the largest row crop districts in the country, I am proud to stand here in support of this critical piece of legislation. Ensuring that American farmers, ranchers, and producers have the resources they need is a duty that I do not take lightly, and it is my belief that this bill does just that. This legislation provides fiscally responsible investments into important programs such as agriculture, research, rural development, nutrition assistance, and plant and animal health programs. Specifically, there is funding for aflatoxin mitigation research, sugarcane variety development, and cotton classing upgrades, just to name a few, all of which are equally critical for the ag district that I call home. Additionally, this bill includes 4 of my community project funding requests, totaling nearly $7 million. And make no mistake, this is not the old ways of throwing money at wasteful projects. This funding will make a direct positive impact in rural communities such as mine. These projects include resources for rural healthcare systems, agriculture research, and local first responders across numerous parishes within my district. I would like to thank Dr. Harris and the Republican majority who have been able to craft a bill that provides much needed resources to small town America while being fiscally responsible so our children and future generations can prosper. I am honored and thankful to be a part of this committee, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor. I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the bill before us today that cuts funding by 30% year over year. 2006 is a year you'll hear often today. That's the funding level that Republicans are proposing that we cut back to. There is simply no way we can support turning back the clock nearly 2 decades on our farmers. I do appreciate that report language was included urging the FDA to review e-cigarettes and other synthetic nicotine products that are popular with children. Dangerous products must be kept off our shelves and away from our kids. But that is not nearly enough. We need the FDA to go further and set minimal nicotine levels in cigarettes. This bill prevents that. We need the FDA to look into banning menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. This bill also prevents that. More than 32,000 people die each year from smoking-related deaths in Florida alone. There is plenty of bipartisan overlap in our fight against cancer. And I think there's more to be found here in the FDA. The other issue I want to briefly mention relates to Florida citrus. Florida is the Sunshine State, and for good reason. We have 5 members of Appropriations that hail from the great state of Florida, and the oranges that we produce, which I'm sure that most of us can agree are the best in the world, and millions of Americans' breakfast tables will attest to that. But climate change and hurricanes have Florida farmers against the ropes. Last week, USDA released a report that estimated Florida will produce 15.75 million boxes of oranges this season, down from 41.2 million boxes last season, a total that marks the lowest production in decades. Our citrus growers need access to emergency relief dollars to overcome these challenges, and I look forward to working with Mr. Franklin and our Florida colleagues and the committee to ensure that that happens promptly. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time and urge opposition to this legislation.
Mr. Carl is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, our focus this year has been, we just went through the debt ceiling. Was anybody aware of that? And the reason we did that was to put a Band-Aid on this economy and get us through the end of the year. So we've got to focus on several things, and our spending is the biggest problem we have at this moment. So we've got to focus on making cuts from everything, not just a single item. I'm tired of colleagues across the aisle saying I don't like children, I don't like women, I don't like this, I don't like that. That's totally untrue, and we all know it in this room. We all care about every one of our constituents. So with that said, we've got to figure out a way to cut back. I am so proud to be a part of the clawback of the wasteful spending of the COVID spending money. This bill does an excellent job to rein in wasteful spending by clawing back billions of dollars, Democrats spending the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan. Even the administration has agreed COVID is over. Keeping this money in the account and watching it go to waste would not be a responsible use of taxpayers' money. By clawing back this money, we've prevented the continuation of wasteful spending by unelected bureaucrats. So in this room, let's get serious about doing the job of the people and quit taking cheap shots at one another. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Ms. McCollum is recognized.
The bill that the majority has put forward today grossly underfunds agricultural rural development, the FDA, and it's going to be harmful to my constituents and my communities. So currently this bill does not have my support. Instead of honoring the bipartisan agreement, which was just referred to, by the way, which I helped to pass, just 2 weeks ago, the majority has put before us today the first example of these extensive harmful cuts that are inflicting the American people. Now, As a ranking member of the Department of Defense spending, I continue to emphasize how important a strong domestic spending is to supplement our military and the work that the Department of Defense does. We cannot keep simply putting more money into the defense bill on the back of critical spending bills. This bill does not reflect, in my opinion, a serious commitment to meet the needs of our constituents, and I'm going to be voting no, as I said. But I want to take a second just to talk about a couple of things in the bill and why I oppose it. We know that there are cuts that are being made, as I said, to some of the programs. And people like to talk about programs and then it doesn't, what's a program? Well, a program and the things that are being slashed make investments back in Minnesota. We're a farm state. We're a three-legged stool: farming, manufacturing, and mining. And why are we doing this? Well, I guess we're doing some of these cuts to farmers, distressed farmers, and the supports that they've received in the past. We're cutting loans that are going to affect my rural communities and communities all across this country from doing clean water, sewage, cleanup. That's important to public health. And there's cuts to here, and there's no denying that there have been cuts made in here. It's clear. We can all do the math. 30% top line cut to the federal and FDA appropriations bill. It's happening at a great time when there's a global food security supply chain. It's irresponsible at a time when we're trying to do everything we can here in Congress to keep food prices affordable for the American public, and at the same time answer humanitarian disaster crisis where there are children starving, literally starving to death. So I don't think this is a time when we should be undermining U.S. producers and consumers by cutting, as I said, programs that support distressed farmers, things that help with rural electric rates. So I'm just very concerned about that. But I want to close with the thing that I think we're going to probably discuss a lot, and that is the language to stop certified pharmacies from dispensing mifepristone. And I want to read directly from the president of the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, ACOG. And I quote, and this is about the announcement that the FDA made. Today's announcement that the FDA will officially remove in-person dispensing requirements for mifepristone for reproductive health indications represents an important step forward. This is the doctors who do obstetrics and gynecology, an important step forward. For many years, the in-person dispensing requirements needed to be removed from risk evaluation and the mitigation strategy for mifepristone. There is no clinical evidence that in-person dispensing improves the safety of this medication or patient outcomes. Instead, this requirement is unnecessarily restricted patients' access to safe and effective medication. Folks, doctors still have to prescribe it. A pharmacy that is going to dispense it has to go through extra regulation and review by the FDA. To me, this is not about trying to make things safer for women, not when obstetrics and gynecology doctors say that this legislation before us today wouldn't. This, to me, is to just ban anything that can be determined to be involved in a woman choosing to end a pregnancy. And so I have to wonder if we're going after the obstetrics and gynecology and the expertise that they're offering is telling us that the language before us today is totally unnecessary. What is next? Birth control pills? I yield back.
Mr. Subcommittee is recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Granger and Chairman Harris. And thank you to the subcommittee members and their staff for the work on this bill. I'm pleased to see provisions in this bill that will significantly benefit my district's farmers, ranchers, and my rural constituents. This bill includes community project funding that will make enormous beneficial impacts on my constituents, particularly in the rural communities. This bill appropriates funding for Northern Cochise community hospital to improve its facilities where ambulances are currently unable to fit under the awning. It provides crucial funding for the town also of Duncan's drainage mitigation and design project that will help the community combat ongoing flood issues, and funding for a volunteer fire department facility in the town of Pima. These projects will ensure that the constituents in my district feel safe in their communities, so I'm incredibly grateful for their inclusion in this bill. These might be communities that none of my colleagues would ever visit probably, but they are small and rural, and their impact of these dollars will have on them will be incredibly important. This bill also supports key agriculture industries in my home state of Arizona through the funding of animal health and plant programs such as the Cattle Health Program, Citrus Health Response Program, and the Cotton Pest Program. Further, it supports our rural communities by investing in broadband deployment, rural water and wastewater infrastructure, and critical rural housing programs. Perhaps most importantly, this bill honors the American taxpayers by returning to responsible spending levels and decreasing bureaucracy in Washington. We cannot keep going down this path of unlimited spending while Americans struggle with record inflation. This bill supports our rural communities and strengthens our national security and food supply. I look forward to supporting this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Rufusberger is recognized.
Hear that? There it is. It's on. You got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Chairman Harris, Ranking Member Bishop, thank you and your staff for the work, even though I disagree with this bill, and I agree with your comments, Mr. Bishop. I stand here today in strong opposition to this bill. I have a lot of concerns that the extreme cuts proposed will do nothing but hurt our communities. However, one specific concern I have is in regards to the community project funding, CPF. Requests included in this bill in the last Congress, I applauded the return of the community project funding, or earmarks. This process allows for members on both sides of the aisle to address specific needs in their district by directing funds to specific projects within our districts. Specifically, it frustrated me this year to see that independent of requested amounts, not a single Democrat community project request was funded above $1 million, while over 100 Republican-led community project funding requests were funded at $1 million. Now, I understand the difference between majority and minority, but as far as this is concerned, 100 is too much. This is ridiculous, and your elected representatives' party's affiliation just should not be a factor in determining who gets funded and who's not, to an extent. Now, I've always been proud of the bipartisanship, and it has been good bipartisanship within this committee. And however, what I see today is extremely disappointing. Independent of political party, community project funds provide a much-needed lifeline for the people and communities in all of our districts. This isn't governing, this is partisan politics. As such, I want to reiterate my strong opposition to this bill, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill. I yield back.
Mr. Clyde is recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Granger, and for your leadership, and also to Ag and FDA Chairman Dr. Harris for your unwavering support and dedication to the ag industry. As many of you may recall, I stood on the House floor not long ago to address the critical issue of line speeds in our poultry industry. I highlighted the challenges our industry faces due to the burdensome regulations and the need for swift action. Prior to that, I led a letter which Chairman Dr. Harris graciously signed, advocating for the expeditious and permanent approval of line speed waivers. Today, I'm pleased to report a significant win on the line speed issue. The report language in the bill today ensures that these waivers will be approved promptly, thereby enhancing our poultry industry's efficiency and competitiveness. This is a testament to the commitment of this committee to the success of our agriculture industry. Our poultry industry operates in a global market, and we must acknowledge the competition we face. Countries like Brazil, the European Union, and Canada have far outpaced us in line speeds, even with our waivers. This report language on page 41 is a step towards leveling the playing field and ensuring that our industry remains competitive worldwide. On the topic of food safety, I am particularly pleased with the committee's stance on salmonella. The language in this report emphasizes the importance of empirical scientific data in our regulatory actions and risk assessments. This approach ensures that food safety is not politicized by the radical left or interest groups seeking to socialize our food system, but is instead based on solid scientific evidence. Our industry has demonstrated time and again its commitment to food safety and worker protection. This language supports these efforts and ensures that regulations are both effective in ensuring food safety and conducive to a smooth operation of our industry. In closing, I want to reiterate my gratitude to Chairwoman Granger and Chairman Dr. Harris and all my colleagues on this committee. Your support and dedication have been instrumental in achieving these wins for our poultry industry, and I look forward to continuing our work together to support American agriculture and rural development, and I yield back.
Mr. Pocan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The agricultural appropriations bill is especially important to my district. I live in a rural town of 874 people, the town of Vermont, Wisconsin. The town hall's down the road and around the corner from the house. The only commercial enterprise we have is a small ski hill. At night, I can hear the weaning of calves. I've got chickens, or roosters, I should say, waking me up in the morning. I get the email every now and then that if they see the wayward goat or cow that broke through the fence, if we can let the neighbor know, it would be helpful. We probably have the most popular farm CSA in the entire county is in the town of Vermont. Very proud of that. And I get deer in the yard pretty much every day. So I live in a very rural area. I was excited to see what was going to be in this appropriation bill, given what I've heard the majority talk about, caring about rural America. And then I was shocked to see that we were taking a 30% cut going back to the 2007 budget levels of spending, $8 billion less for those people who live in rural Wisconsin. And I was wondering how my rural constituents would see this disrespect from the majority party in South Central Wisconsin, with higher energy costs, less availability for loans, and real hurt to their farms and their rural communities. And I know that people are going to say, don't worry, rescissions will fix this. Well, we know that's fantasy Congress, right? We're already breaking the promises from just 2 weeks ago on what we're doing here. That's not real. The reality is that there's a 30% cut to rural issues by the GOP majority in this bill. And in addition to that 30% cuts that are going to be felt in my district, we've got some amendments that are going to go off into la-la land again. We're going to talk about abortion, diversity, and I don't know who it is in your caucus, but has this obsession on sex. I understand Putin's playbook is going to be coming back in. We're worried about pride flags, apparently over farms. We're going to get queer corn or gay garbanzo beans or something. I wouldn't worry about that. They're just going to taste more fabulous if it happens anyway. But you also have language about marriage between a man and woman, taking us back to 2004 state law. I guess I get it. This budget goes back to 2007 budget levels, but this is really kind of a little back to the future-esque. Look, this unfortunately is a ridiculous bill in an area that really shouldn't be. That's very important to many of us who live in rural areas. It's hard to take seriously, but my rural constituents are going to take it very seriously when they see what's going to happen to them and their farms and their rural communities. But these cuts do show the priority by the majority party to them and about what you really think about rural America. And I'm going to oppose this bill. I yield back.
Ms. Penegry is recognized, sorry.
Madam Chair. I'm really pleased and honored to be a member of this subcommittee, and I've been excited to have been a member since I first got on the Appropriations Committee. This is always my favorite, well, of course, after my own personal subcommittee with Mr. Simpson, but to be a member and not the chair or ranking, this is my just one of my favorite bills to work on. I come from the most rural state in the nation. Many of you don't know, but Maine is an extremely rural state. Agriculture and this bill are critically important to us. And Dr. Harris, you and I often find our areas of agreement, H-2B visas, all kinds of things, but on this bill, I don't see much I can agree with today, and I'm really disappointed in that. There are so many cuts in this bill, I won't have time in my minutes to go through them all. But cutting things like NRCS and rural development and the child nutrition programs, international food aid, which we won't talk about today, but in the dire situation we are in this world, these are all critically important. I'm really upset about the cut to rural electric co-ops. I may be the only one in the room who actually gets my electricity from a rural electric co-op. And if you're not used to paying 29 cents a kilowatt hour or more, you have no idea what people in rural America are dealing with today. So to cut them is unthinkable. I'm really upset about cutting the flexibility that the Secretary has had with the CCC. And you can talk about it in any way you want. You can say that you don't like the authorities or this is an emergency. If you don't understand that climate change is an emergency and our farmers are on the front line and he is dealing with that every day and this is a spectacularly good way to do it, then you're not paying attention to what's going on out there in America. The cuts in funding for research. We're going to talk about China later today. Do we care about the fact that China is moving ahead ahead of us in research? And we're cutting out NIFA. We're zeroing out organic agricultural resource, one of the areas where farmers have made a premium price in the extension initiative. This is a way that we benefit our farmers every day. This is something critically important for the federal government. I'm very upset about this cut or this change to the Packards and Stockyards Act, and we've heard a little bit about that already. But this, we've waited a long time for this language, and to turn it back is unthinkable. Dr. Harris, you mentioned monopoly money. Well, this is monopoly language, and we're allowing it to continue in there. But maybe nothing makes me more mad than this idea of cutting WIC. We are cutting WIC. You can all talk about it as it's just getting back to pre-pandemic level. Maybe this is exactly where we should be. Perhaps you didn't hear that pre-pandemic level wasn't enough money. Perhaps you haven't heard that we've got food inflation going on, that we had food supply chain issues during the pandemic. Maybe you don't know that this goes to pregnant women, postpartum women, breastfeeding women, children up to the age of 5, up to the poverty level of 185%. That's a mother and child together making $700 a week. And we're going to take away their fresh fruit and vegetable benefit. Just so you know, if this is a benefit for a 1 to 4-year-old child, they were getting $25 a month. We've decided to cut it down to $11 because, of course, that should be enough. A pregnant woman is going to go from $44 a month to $13. I was in my local grocery store last weekend. So an apple costs $1.50, a bag of carrots $1.99, strawberries $3.99, blueberries $2.99, asparagus $3.99. That bag costs you $14.50. So if you were getting a benefit of $3 or $13 as a pregnant woman, you've already had to put something back in the cart. So we are saying that somehow, for some sense of fiscal responsibility, we're going to take fresh fruit money away from a mother and child. We already know we have an epidemic of childhood obesity, type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure. We already know that these are the most critical moments of a child's life, of a pregnant woman. And to deny that benefit, if you don't care about the inhumane way we're going about doing this, a 2019 NIH study found that unhealthy diets cost us $50 billion a year in expenditures on these very diseases. So somehow we can't put that money first, make sure we give a child a good start. This is the level of ridiculousness we have gotten to in this bill. For that mother who's walking down the aisles, who no longer is going to have $44 in her pocket, she's going to have $13. That bag of chips at $1 is looking pretty good. And these are the very same policymakers who are telling us all the time, oh, we got to restrict SNAP benefits. We got to decide exactly what people should eat. Well, we did decide exactly what a WIC mom should eat. She should have fresh fruits and vegetables, and now we're going to take it away. My time is up. I have so much more to say, but I yield back.
Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. and I rise in strong opposition to this bill. Only America has too much food for a hungry world. That's what John F. Kennedy said back in 1961. So 6 decades later, we fail to acknowledge that at this juncture, maybe America has too much food for a hungry nation and acknowledge hunger. If you don't acknowledge it, if you don't acknowledge that it exists, maybe some of you may want to go to your church leaders that run the food pantries, and they will be able to tell you the length of the food, the bread lines across America, going around blocks, in some cases maybe over a mile. America is hungry, and maybe we have too much food for a hungry nation. In my district, for example, in the borough of the Bronx, 1 in 4 Bronx residents has food insecurity issue, which is 1.7 times greater than the state average. In Washington Heights, and some of you may have seen the glitter-filled movie In the Heights, 32.3% of the residents rely on nutrition benefits to keep food on the table for their family. These are communities that are continually hungry and have been historically underserved. But maybe there's too much food in America for a hungry nation. Or maybe the majority wants to starve America. Some sectors of America will certainly face critical issues at the dinner table. And instead of working to address these disparities, the majority has decided to introduce a bill that will cut benefits for 5 million women. Now, when you invest with women, the money goes further. They seem to have the ability, Madam Chair, I'm sure you know, to make that money stretch out just a little bit longer for their kids, for their families, for their communities. It is a good investment when you invest in women. We guys, we dudes, just don't get it. And so when we take food away from women, it has a ripple effect on children, families, and community. And so maybe America has too much food for a hungry nation. It also critically underfunds other programs like WIC for pregnant women, pregnant moms that are lactating that want to feed their kids. Now, all science says that if a mom breastfeeds her children, it gives them a shield of protection from future illnesses. It's just, you can't replace that. And in addition to the bonding that goes on between kids and moms, I mean, I love my mom. And she's 94 years young. And I think it's a direct connection because she breastfed me. And so to take money away from WIC, it not only has an impact on children, families, and communities, it has an impact on a very important bond that I think is the standard and the center of family values, which is what the majority likes to tout on a regular basis, family values. And yet America has too much food for a hungry nation. And it continues to take food from communities away from their mouths. It continues to not acknowledge hunger. And it continues to interfere with a bonding between a mom and her infant. How could we do that to America? I don't see how that strengthens it. That weakens it. And maybe the rest of the world is looking at us and laughing that America has too much food for a hungry nation. I will be voting in the negative, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Ms. Frankel, please, recognize. Frankel? Oh, okay. Okay. We're out of order.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. Well, let me just say this. The cheap shots are not aimed at the members, so please know that. But the cheap shots are in this bill, and they're aimed at our constituents. I come from Florida. Agriculture is very important to us. Thousands of jobs, billions of dollars to our economy, and very important to your stomach too. Corn and watermelon and bell peppers and grapefruits. But this is my question, and I just want to make a couple of points. In a bill that's supposed to support our farmers and to feed the under-resourced, why does the majority, Republicans, believe it's necessary to have a setback on human rights? Why the attack on the LBG community or eliminating diversity and inclusion programs? And most importantly, I want to just say this. The children of tomorrow are not helped by starving the children of today. And I yield back. And I'll say I'm going to vote against this.
Where is this recognized?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to begin by thanking my colleagues across the aisle for the snacks that they sent over to our table. Really appreciate that. But Madam Chair, in many ways, the bill before us today exemplifies extreme Republican values. You remember the values that took 15 ballots to elect a speaker because Republicans wanted more transparency. The transparency we have yet to see. We Democrats did not receive information about what we are doing today or what we did yesterday until 9:30 at night the day before and 7:20 in the morning today. How's that for transparency? Extreme values that threaten a government shutdown. Just last week, extreme values of secret deals. We can do better than that. In many ways, this legislation's extreme values forces children, seniors, veterans to go hungry, restricts women's human right to bodily autonomy, and drives up costs for hardworking Americans. When our nation was on the brink of a Republican manufactured default, Speaker McCarthy and President Biden negotiated a deal in which Speaker promised that Republicans would not make the devastating cuts they are making today. Just a few days later, Republicans are already breaking their promise. Values. This legislation cuts funding to levels so low they were last seen in 2007, back in the day when the verb to Google had just been added to the dictionary. Republicans want to cut WIC, which millions of women with children use to feed their families, and SNAP, our nation's best tool for fighting hunger. I am proud to be a voice for California's Inland Empire, which is home to thousands of hard-working Americans who are just trying to make ends meet. 1 in 10 Inland Empire residents aren't sure where their next meal will come from. My constituents rely on programs like SNAP and WIC, and they deserve better than this bill because you have failed to raise the federal minimum wage. If cutting programs that provide food from hungry families isn't cruel enough, Republicans are also using what should be a routine process to restrict access to medication abortion. As appropriators, we should be focused on funding the government, feeding working families, and bringing down the cost, not preventing pharmacies from dispensing an essential medication that has had the FDA approval for 2 decades. It is unacceptable use of this process, and I will be introducing an amendment fighting back against this attack on reproductive freedom and the independence of the FDA. This funding bill is a disaster, not just for the Inland Empire families, but for hungry families across the nation. I urge opposition on this bill, and I yield back.
Ms. Watson Coleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you to Ranking Member. Thank you to Subcommittee Chair for the comments that you have raised that I so associate myself with. I rise to strongly oppose this bill, which makes significant cuts to food assistance programs, rural energy programs, funding for housing programs, and prohibits the funding for racial equity efforts and utilizes harmful junk science. I firmly believe the budget is a reflection of our values, and this bill tells the American people that my colleagues do not value feeding families and children, nor equality or medical expertise. This ill-conceived bill slashes funding for critical food assistance programs, including WIC. Within their cuts to WIC, Republicans are slashing funding to the cash value benefit for fruits and vegetables, which would leave 5 million women and children who rely on this benefit with $11.13 respectively for a month for fruits and vegetables. I can't fathom why my colleagues would strip this benefit and make it harder for women and children to access fresh produce and needed nutrition. We should be increasing funding for these programs that support them. They're already inadequate, not decreasing them. Additionally, my colleagues have proposed increasing work requirements to SNAP. And research has already proven that work requirements are not an effective tool to reduce poverty and increase economic mobility, but can actually push people and participants into poverty. The Republican cuts to SNAP are also egregious and already insufficient. On another note, my colleagues have found yet another way to attack diversity and inclusion efforts and misuse critical race theory to go after programs that benefit Black and Brown Americans. They've chosen to forbid any funding for activities that promote or advance a critical race theory, an academic theory that they don't understand, apparently. They also have included language that no funding can be used to implement executive orders related to advancing racial equity, equality, opportunity, and supporting underserved communities. And for those who need a reminder, critical theory, race theory, is simply a legal framework, and it recognizes that systemic racism is a part of American society, and that systemic racism is more than a result of individual biases and prejudice. Lastly, I'd like to address the baseless junk science that my colleagues are using to sneak a rider into this bill that would restrict access to medication abortion. Referring to medication abortion as chemical abortion, which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle use frequently, is a scientifically inaccurate term and a fear-mongering tactic, and they know it. And finally, I just want to say this, because there's a lot I feel about this bill. I'll conclude by emphasizing my belief that a budget is a reflection of our values. And then my estimation that this fails to show the American people what our government can do for them, but shows them what our government will do to them. And it is also disappointing that there was a bipartisan agreement negotiated in good faith. And what I have to say about what this bill reflects is that there were bipartisan promises made and there are GOP promises broken. I yield back.
Mr. Trone is recognized.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro, and thank you, Ranking Member Bishop. Mr. Bishop, your comments were really great. Thank you very much for all those. First of all, I like to work in a bipartisan way whenever I possibly can. I'm very, very bipartisan, and I also grew up on a farm. So I had a 200-acre farm, 50,000 chickens, 600 hogs. I get agriculture. I'm endorsed by the farmers every time. I'm endorsed by business every time. And my point is, this bill leaves us far short in one particular area that's really important to agriculture and important to rural America, and that's broadband. How can we not support broadband and the Reconnect program? We've cut the Reconnect program by 30%. Reconnect program creates value and jobs. Businesses that have broadband, they're more profitable, they're more successful. Farmers that have broadband, they're more successful. Folks in rural America that have broadband, their housing is worth more dollars. Folks in rural America that have broadband, they have better health outcomes. Folks that have rural broadband have better mental health outcomes. Folks that have rural broadband have better education outcomes. We all saw what education did in COVID to rural America. 40% of my folks in my rural counties could not get education. They did not have the broadband, and they fell further behind, and that hurt. We can't leave the folks that are already behind to fall further and further behind, and not connecting all of America and cutting that by over 30% is a mistake. It's short-sighted. It's not thinking about the long term. We need to think long term here about our children and our children's children, not just about some budget number we cut today so everybody looks good and they're all happy and go home. Next point would be is, whatever happened to bipartisanship on community project funding? You know, I've got 3 counties where I received an average of 25% of the vote. That's not a lot, but the best Democrat before got 20%. So we're making progress, but we make progress because I put the resources in those counties because they needed the resources. Are they voting Republican? Absolutely, but they need the resources. And that's where I spent my community project funding to help on things like the Deep Creek Volunteer Fire Company, $2.2 million, and that got cut to $1 million. Has to cover a huge county. All volunteers. They don't have the money to raise in Garrett County, so we've got to help them. They did all the fundraisers they can do. The county contributed all they can do. And we got back to what was left and what was needed. Not just some big fat number, but what was needed. And what was needed got sliced. Same with our community project funding in Lannaconing. 980 people live there. I doubt if I got many votes. It doesn't matter. They need a new fire truck. So we put in the funding for them for $975,000. They got $500,000. We've already done the fundraisers. The county's given them all the money we can do, and there's nothing left. Now those things don't happen. Last one was our Oakland, population 1,800. We want to have a community center. Community center. County contributed. Fundraisers the last 3 years, yet we got 50% of what we asked for. So Republicans got on average of 41%. We got cut on average of 41% on this side of the aisle with a $1 million cap. Your side of the aisle got an 18% cut with a $6 million cap. That's not how we did it last year. That's not how it worked last year. It's not how it worked the year before. But this partisanship, that's what ticks me off and why I think we just are going down the wrong route. We got to figure out how to make life better for the folks that really need it, the folks that are struggling. And in my case, they're all Republicans. And I'm trying to make it better for them, and we failed here. Thank you for your time. I yield back.
Ms. Underwood is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to the fiscal year 2024 Agriculture, Rural Development, and FDA Appropriations bill that we are considering today. The cuts proposed in this bill are extreme. They are cruel and they are unacceptable. This bill turns its back on rural America and our farmers by caving to corporate special interests and ignoring the real and present threat of climate change. It takes food out of the mouths of children and our most vulnerable. It disregards policies proven to improve public health and safeguard the well-being of future generations. And to make matters even worse, the funding levels Republicans put forth today violate the recently negotiated budget deal. It is shocking that after letting extremists hold our economy hostage and bring the nation to the brink of economic collapse, the majority's next step is to kick off appropriations markups by gutting resources that sustain our rural communities. And it is concerning that the majority is moving forward with the bill that we are considering today, despite the magnitude of harm it will cause. Let me be clear. A yes vote on this bill means supporting cuts in vital resources for struggling rural communities and family farms, a decision that harms every American. The bill we are considering today ignores the reality of rising food costs, growing food insecurity, and worsening maternal health crisis. Advancing this legislation would demonstrate a blatant disregard for the vulnerable populations that rely on benefits like WIC. Benefits that have made healthier outcomes accessible for Americans of every background. I am especially concerned that this bill backs away from the long-held bipartisan commitment of this committee to serve all eligible WIC participants and to maintain a sufficient science-based WIC benefit package. WIC participation has been growing steadily since 2022. And recently released USDA data show that WIC participation rates for the first quarter of 2023 have already exceeded projections for all of fiscal year 24. The funding level for WIC set forth in this bill, which is $800 million less than the president's budget request, is far below what will be necessary to ensure eligible moms and kids can access the nutritional support that they need. Failing to fund WIC at an adequate level this year could result in the program adopting waiting lists for the first time in decades, taking benefits away from the families that need them. As responsible legislators, how could we humanely justify such a crippling decision? How could we vote for this bill before us and go face mothers relying on this program to keep their children and themselves healthy and fed? Instead of grappling with the reality of what families are facing and the evolving needs of this critical program, this bill shirks our longstanding commitment to providing the targeted nutrition assistance that sets up healthier outcomes for the next generation. It takes from our most vulnerable and represents a perspective completely divorced from reality and from the needs of the American people. And cuts to WIC are not the only poison pill in this bill. No. As a registered nurse, I am also so alarmed by the tobacco provisions in this bill, which threaten the lives of kids and families in my community. The bill includes dangerous policies that would block the FDA from using its existing authority to prohibit menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars and to reduce nicotine levels in cigarettes to non-addictive levels. Preventing the FDA from taking these evidence-based solutions will result in more young people getting addicted to nicotine, more diagnoses of cancer and heart disease, and more families left mourning due to the nearly 500,000 deaths per year in the United States caused by smoking. Millions of lives now and in the future depend on our government taking swift action to protect kids and adults against flavored e-cigarettes, menthol cigarettes, flavored cigars, and cigarettes with addictive levels of nicotine. If today's bill and report were to be enacted with these dangerous anti-science and anti-public health provisions, we would lose generations to senseless, preventable, premature deaths. I urge my colleagues to reject these provisions, vote no on this bill, and join me in working to save lives through common sense and evidence-based public health policies. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Lee of Nevada is recognized.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Ranking Member DeLauro, Ranking Member Bishop, and Mr. Chair. I too rise today in opposition to this bill, which would advance draconian cuts that slash basic support that so many American families rely on simply to make it through tough times. The restrictions in SNAP and WIC eligibility for millions of families in this bill, including many low-income women and children that depend on these benefits. Let's just look at these numbers. As of June 2023, more than 42.3 million Americans use SNAP benefits to help put healthy food on their table. And 62% of those recipients have been families with children whose critical development depends on that. I come to Congress prior to being elected. I ran nonprofit organizations that helped our most at-risk students graduate from high school. The number one barrier to educational achievement was poverty. In my organization, which achieved a 92% graduation rate, the number one service that we provided to these children was food. We provided backpacks to get them through the weekend. And so to have a bill that is here in front of us that's cutting these resources for the very students, young people that we need, to me is just, it doesn't make economic sense. When we're thinking about how we educate our students, and yet we are slashing a basic resource that, when kids are hungry, they cannot learn. And so to me, my mind is scrambling on what the necessity of making these drastic cuts. And just in my state alone, 42,000 residents will face food insecurity because of these cuts, amounting to 6.8 million meals in 1 year that will be missed. Cutting these benefits will do nothing but hurt people already going through tough times, parents who simply need to put food on the table for their hungry kids. But these programs aren't the only ones that are under attack. This bill also cuts $10 million from the Rural Water and Waste Disposal Program account at a time when the West is facing the most critical drought in 12 centuries. According to many of my colleagues across the aisle, this program is essential for water resources in rural America. So then why are we slashing this critical program, which Nevada and many of our states rely on to overcome drought and to make sure we provide access to clean water to our communities? So instead of protecting American families, this funding bill that would keep fruits, vegetables, and safe water out of reach for millions of vulnerable families. In the wealthiest country in the world, no American should go hungry or thirsty because of a lack of access to basic food and water. And I just implore all of us to think about, this isn't just about agriculture. When we think about the future of our country, when we talk about education in this country, you have to provide basic resources for children and families. And that's what this bill used to do, and it certainly doesn't do right now. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Simpson is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd yield my time to Chairman Harris.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you yielding me just a minute or two. I just want to clear up for my three colleagues from Maryland, all who raised the issue of the community project funding levels. Those are actually determined by the minority. They set the levels, what the maximum amount is. We set. Last year, in the majority, the Democrats received $97 million in community funding projects. This year, we allocated $145 million. Now, even by Common Core math, that's $48 million more in projects available. The decision internally, in full transparency, we decided that we will fund bigger projects.
We'll talk about that. Let's talk about the ratio.
in full transparency, the decisions were made internally by the majority and minority as to how that money was going to be divided up and what the maximum amount per project was. So to my colleagues from Maryland who have a problem with that, address it internally. I yield back to the gentleman.
To be on your time or anybody else's time. Claim my own time. Can I get somebody to yield me time?
Madam
Yield me
Chair.
time.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Hoyer.
Thank you very much. I yield my time to the gentlelady, the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoyer. I appreciate the time. And I would just like to say to the chair of the committee, if I might, and I'm going to stand here proudly and tell you that I brought back community projects to the Appropriations Committee, something I am enormously proud of. We left for 10 years or more. We lived for 10 years or more without community projects because they had been disgraced. But what we did is to bring it back under a set of requirements that safeguard public dollars. And we did that through making sure that we took a percentage of the overall budget, 1%, and where's Mr. Kilmer, and that bipartisan committee on the modernization of Congress made that determination. And we kept it to that limited amount. In the first year, we said no more than 10 projects for everyone, and that you had to have no financial, either you or your family, have no financial interest in the project in an effort to move forward. We went forward with it, and what we determined was in the first year was that the basis, and it was agreed to by Republicans, Democrats and Republicans agreed that how you would deal with the funding was that on the basis of the number of requests that were made. The number of requests in that first year were Democratic requests at 2/3, Republican requests at 1/3, because there were a number of Republicans who did not want to participate in the program at that juncture. And in conjunction with my Republican colleagues, we agreed to what that split would be. 63-37. And that number was agreed to. That meant that the majority would get 63% of the dollars, the minority 37. Agreed to by the Republicans. And internally, there would be the decision as to the funding levels. I can quote you the Bipartisan Policy Council, who said, and I should have the language here, that in fact, it was the fairest process, the most ethical process that would have undergone, and that the requirements and the transparency around it, we had really not seen for a very long time. We get to this coming year. The second year, we did the same. There were several more Republicans who applied. They thought it was a good thing. It is a good thing. When you can help your constituents, it's a very, very good thing. And that was the goal of the program. Now, we come along in the minority as Democrats. I made the proposal that we, again, deal on the number of requests that were made by both Democrats and Republicans. And I offered that proposal, understanding that there was a majority. And I offered two proposals. One, because there were more Democratic requests than Republican requests. And offered the proposal that could we split the difference? That was rejected, okay? Understand it was rejected. I made another proposal in good faith, saying let's do this. Let's go again. I based the split on data. I was told no, we were just going to flip it and we're going to take the 67%, you get the 37% based on nothing. So I made the offer of this two proposals. The first one, the second proposal was 56-44, 56% to 44. And I asked, and this is in writing. It's in writing. I asked, this would allow us internally. Yes, the decision is made internally, but the majority makes the determination of what the split is. That is the way this works. In case you didn't know that, Mr. Chairman, that's the way it works. And I asked because I then could make it possible for each member who asked for a request would get at least $1 million. Summarily, that was denied as well. So let's not talk about who makes the determination. The split is the majorities, and yes, we have to deal with what it is internally. That is where it's been for the last 3 years. I want to enlighten you on that process. And the fact of the matter is that the split is inequitable. It is inequitable based on the fairness and the direction in which we went for 2 years in this process, in a process that benefits not Democrats, a process that really affects everyone. Great projects, and great projects being denied because there isn't equity in the split that has been made. I yield back, and I thank the gentleman for my time.
Now, excuse me.
Overall split. The overall. Based on the amount of money that we have.
So I would like to recognize Chairman Harris to offer the manager's amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment number 1 at the desk. This is the bipartisan manager's amendment, which includes bill and report language additions from members on both sides of the aisle. I appreciate Ranking Member Bishop working with us on this amendment and ask for your support.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the amendment.
An amendment by Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Move to dispense with the reading of the amendment. And again, this is the bipartisan manager's amendment, which includes bill and report language additions from members on both sides. And I appreciate Ranking Member Bishop working with us on this amendment and ask for your support.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Madam Chairman, the amendment would make a number of technical adjustments and changes requested by members of both parties to the bill and to the report. I do not object to this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? I recognize Chairman Harris for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for the support of the committee on the amendment.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I recognize.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
There's amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the amendment.
An amendment by Mr. Bishop. In the bill, strike section 733, strike section 748.
Need your mic.
An amendment by Mr. Bishop. In the bill, strike section 733, strike section 748.
Thank you. This amendment would strike the rescission that is made in the bill, rescinding $3.25 billion on the rural electric co-ops, as well as rescinding $2 billion for distressed borrowers. At the subcommittee, the chairman said, referring to both the distressed borrowers rescission and the rural electric co-op rescission, that, quote, "it is finally time to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars by rescinding unspent funds from programs solely established to respond to an emergency that no longer exists." That is very misleading. The end of the pandemic did not automatically put money in farmers' pockets or help electric co-ops improve their efficiency. This bill is built on the backs of farmers who are underwater with their Farm Service Agency loans and the 900 rural electric co-ops that so many of our constituents depend upon for power. On the co-ops, this funding is not a Green New Deal. The law, the Inflation Reduction Act, says that the money is for the long-term resiliency, reliability, and affordability of rural electric systems, and, quote, to make energy efficiency improvements to electric generation and transmission systems of the eligible entity. This does not sound radical to me in any respect. More efficient systems benefit the ratepayers, the constituents of many members of the committee, through lower rates. Demand for electricity is increasing, and electric utilities are facing a much higher load in the decades to come. They may need 3 times more generation and 2 times more transmission by 2050. This program allows co-ops, which are owned by rural electric customers, to design, build, and own assets that meet the unique needs of their hard-to-reach communities. Co-ops have flexibility under this program. There's no one-size-fits-all approach. Electric utilities make resource plans for 10, 20, 30 years out, and they need certainty now. Eliminating financing tools for rural electric co-ops will lead to higher rates for rural electric consumers. On distressed farmers, the bill favors foreclosure over farming, taking away funds that have already helped nearly 20,000 distressed farmers get current on over 40,000 loans. USDA has provided approximately $1.1 billion in immediate assistance to more than 20,000 distressed borrowers, accounting for roughly 1/3 of the available funding. Under the next phase of the program, USDA will reach out to farmers and ranchers who took extraordinary measures to let them know that they can apply. These are folks who took early withdrawal of retirement or college funds, sold assets critical to running a farm, or did other things to try to keep above water. These producers will need one-on-one assistance to qualify for relief, and USDA estimates it will take a while to get all of them the funds that they're entitled to. Do we care so little about these hardworking Americans that we will let them lose their farms and ranches for a talking point? I hope not. So I urge the adoption of this amendment to restore the capacity of our electric rural utilities to be able to do the resiliency and to make the plans 30 years out for these communities, rural communities that are struggling to have the resources to carry out these improvements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The amendment strikes two provisions, one relating to the cancellation of FSA loans and the other for rural electric programs, neither of which includes a proposed offset. For matters relating to those FSA loans, the USDA, through that program, has already forgiven the full debt of any FSA loan borrower who was more than 30 days delinquent on payments and paid that borrower's next annual installment. The fact of the matter is there's money left over, and that's what we rescind. The USDA instead is trying to find new creative ways to pay loan borrowers and to make their next annual payments. For example, they're now working to pay borrowers who took, quote, extraordinary measures to avoid delinquency, some of those who tapped into savings to make an installment. Now, that's exactly what American families do. If they come up short on a mortgage and they fall on slightly hard times, they actually dip into savings to make those payments on the loan that they signed for. In the case of a family, might be a car payment, might be a home mortgage. The USDA is simply creating a perverse incentive for current borrowers to become delinquent on their loan with the expectation that USDA will step in to forgive the debt, and not only forgive the debt, but pay the next year's installment. The bottom line, if you take out a loan, whether it be a student loan or an FSA loan, there should be an expectation to pay it back. This program has paid back tens of thousands of delinquent loans, and again, there is no backlog of those. Now, with COVID-19 behind us, it's time to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. Instead of pushing programs that will cause more borrowers to become delinquent, this administration should be focused on the underlying causes of farm debt, like runaway inflation, causing rising interest rates for borrowers, higher energy and input costs due to an energy policy that is failing this country, and a lack of any type of trade agenda to expand agricultural export markets. With regards to the Rural Electric Program, the Inflation Reduction Act established a new, quote, Empowering Rural America program that was blindly provided $9.7 billion for an undefined, unproven program with initial funding, again, $9.7 billion, that is nearly 50% higher than the annual WIC appropriation, for instance, or the entire budget of the FDA. Now, it is likely part of a Green New Deal. Regardless, the underlying bill rescinds a fraction. The underlying bill rescinds 1/3 of the $9.7 billion for this program that is yet to establish and prove itself effective. Our bill already includes another $8+ billion in lending authority for electric and telecommunication projects, which many of the activities under the New Era program can be undertaken. And finally, later in today's markup, I will offer an amendment that actually reduces the electric energy rescission, among other changes. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Lauro.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. I know we will consider subcommittee allocations later today, but in the context of this amendment, I want to take a step back and look at how the majority intends to move forward with domestic spending bills. Despite the debt ceiling agreement providing an insufficient but workable top line, you are completely ignoring it. Instead, almost every domestic bill will get a woefully smaller allocation. The chairwoman has announced her intention of using $115 billion in rescissions to help make up for the paltry allocations in the hope that it will be enough to write bills that might have enough support to report it out of the committee. I joined this committee 30 years ago. I've served under a number of previous chairs, David Obey, Bob Livingston, those pictures are all here, Bill Young, Jerry Lewis, Hal Rogers, Rodney Frelinghuysen, and Nita Lowey. None of them would have written bills this way because no one who has an even basic understanding of how our process works thinks this house of cards will not get blown over the second we start a conference negotiation. Not only are you wasting everyone's time and increasing the likelihood of a CR or a shutdown, but you are using rescissions that hurt your own constituents. Take the $3.25 billion rescission for rural electric co-ops. Co-ops serve 42 million people across the nation, help lower energy costs for rural Americans. In Texas's 12th district, represented by the chairwoman, one rural electric co-op serves almost 90,000 of the chairwoman's constituents and employs 200 residents. Inexplicably, instead of providing a reasonable allocation, which you could do by merely abiding by the caps that are in the law, you are clawing back funds that will make electricity more expensive for these almost 90,000 Texans and potentially impact 200 jobs in the district. The amendment would also help 1,732 farmers in Texas who are in the process of applying for loans through the Distressed Borrower Program. Instead of helping rural America and ensuring poor farmers who need help making ends meet get a loan, the rescission would take away from that lifeline of assistance. None of our constituents elected us to increase electricity costs or take away loans for farmers. Yet because you've decided it is better to renege on the debt ceiling agreement and appeal to the most radical voices in your conference, during every markup of a domestic spending bill this year, you will have to defend rescissions that you know are untenable. Ask yourselves, is it worth to continue this charade? Because Democrats are more than happy to tell each and every one of you how many of your constituents will suffer as a result of the inability to uphold the agreement that your own speaker negotiated just 2 weeks ago. Vote yes on the amendment. Yield back.
Mrs. Watson Coleman.
You're so soft-spoken, but thank you for recognizing me. For my colleagues across the aisle who talk about the value and the hard work of rural Americans, their actions demonstrate their indifference to improving the lives of their rural constituents. This bill targets programs like rural electric co-ops that serve 42 million people across the country. And in my state of New Jersey, these Republican cuts will make electricity more expensive for the almost 30,000 residents who rely on rural electric co-ops in the state. This bill also goes after the Rural Energy for America program by cutting $500 million. These cuts mean that thousands of rural small businesses will see their energy bills go up, including rural businesses in my state. I support Ranking Member Bishop's amendment, and I urge my colleagues across the aisle to follow through on their statements and to pass this amendment. I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me just say this is a good amendment. This amendment really helps members of this committee on the majority. In Maryland's 1st District, for example, there are 2 rural electric co-ops that serve 105,000 people and employ 163 residents. This would hurt them. As far as farm loans, Maryland has 84 loans totaling $7,961,000 for distressed farm borrowers. They would lose this. 39 farmers in Maryland would not receive payments going forward if this is not adopted. In Georgia's 9th Congressional District, there are 8 rural co-ops serving 540,000 people, employing 433 residents. If they cut, those folks will be hurt. This just does not make any sense. Why would we want to hurt those rural cooperatives and increase their rates? I urge the adoption of this amendment. It helps this bill not to be penny wise and pound foolish. So let's help our rural communities. Let's help our rural cooperatives adopt this amendment. It's good for America, and it's good for rural America in particular.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Bishop. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. What? A sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll now.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amaday. Mr. Amaday, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Cole. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Clyde. Sorry. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, yes. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, yes. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, yes. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, yes. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, yes. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Ms. Capter? She's not recorded.
You're not recorded.
Ms. Capter, aye. Thank you. Mr. Case, aye. Recognize Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is adopted. What? Not adopted, sorry. Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair.
I recognize.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It is amendment number 2, and I move unanimous consent to waive the reading.
The gentleman is recognized.
Amendment number 2 before you is the Republican Manager's Amendment, which modifies, in light of the passage of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the underlying bill that was reported out of subcommittee. The amendment reduces the rescission taken from the new USDA Rural Clean Energy Program that one of the programs we just discussed in the previous amendment. It reduces that rescission to $1 billion, which still leaves 90% of the funds available for this program. Further, this amendment rescinds $2.275 billion that was provided in the Inflation Reduction Act for non-governmental entities to provide payments to producers who allege to have faced discrimination in USDA farm lending programs. These funds are an end run around the American Rescue Plan program to pay socially disadvantaged farmers, a program that was rightly struck down by the courts because it was unconstitutional. In an attempt to circumvent the court's ruling, new funding was provided in the Inflation Reduction Act with the same goal in mind. My farmers don't like this program. They felt the original illegal program was unfair, and they believe this one is too. Past wrongs by USDA should be determined and settled in courts of law, as was the case in Pigford versus Glickman. These judgments and settlements should not be made by third-party NGOs. The amendment also includes bill and report language additions that my colleagues have requested. I ask for your support for this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the chairman's amendment. What does the Lord require of us but to do justly, love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God? Republicans have shown us today that you have no sense of justice nor mercy. USDA has a long and storied history of discrimination. It is unquestioned, yet you've shown us today that House Republicans, through the riders in this bill, will block all efforts at equity and inclusion at USDA, as well as through this harmful amendment that you would undermine every effort to try and equalize opportunity for access to USDA by everyone. And we hear you loud and clear about who you think should be allowed to participate in USDA programs. This amendment takes away money for research, education, extension at the 1890 and 1994 land-grant universities and the Alaskan, Hawaiian, and Insular institutions, which may include scholarships, internships, and other pathways to increase participation in agriculture by those who have not had that opportunity. No justice, no mercy for those students. It takes away support for farmers who have experienced discrimination of any kind in USDA farm loan programs. Women, minorities, disadvantaged farmers. No justice, no mercy for those who have been wronged. It takes away money to address heirs property issues for those families who have inherited land but don't have clear title or rights to the land so that they can keep the land in agricultural use and keep farmers farming. No justice, no mercy for those families who want to keep their land. You've shown us today who you think deserves a fair shot at USDA. Certainly, the committee needs to hear from Food Safety and Inspection Service on the EPA water regulations rulemaking. But there's no way that I would support this effort to destroy what this country has spent decades trying to overcome. The time has passed for discrimination at USDA. Time is up. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, let both Democrats and Republicans be on the right side of history today. Vote no on this amendment.
This is recognized, Dr. Harris is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, I just move this Republican manager's amendment, and I yield back the time.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Dr. Harris. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. Go ahead and raise, please. A sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll. Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, yes. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amaday. Mr. Amaday, yes. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, yes. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, yes. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, yes. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, yes. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, yes. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, yes. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder, are you? Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris.
Yes.
Dr. Harris, yes. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, yes. Mr. Hoyer.
Again, no.
No, Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, yes. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, yes. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, yes. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum. Did she say no? Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, yes. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, yes. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright? Gentleman's not recorded.
The gentleman is not recorded.
Mr. Cartwright, no.
Go ahead.
Mr.
Mr. Siscotti.
Mr.
Recorded
Siscotti,
how?
yes. Mr. Rutherford?
Mr. Rutherford.
Did you want to be recognized? Okay, sorry. Ms. Wasserman.
Any others to recognize?
They're not here. She's recorded as a no.
You're recorded as a no.
Mr. Aguilar, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? On this vote, the ayes are 33, the noes are 26. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? Yeah. Recognize Ms.
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the reading be dispensed with. Thank you, Chairwoman Granger. My colleagues, I ask you again, what are we doing? My Republican colleagues are so blind with partisan fury that they would do anything to undermine critical domestic investments, even if it affects the people that they claim to support the most. That is so callous. The underlying bill presented to the full committee would claw back $500 million from the Rural Energy for America program, commonly referred to as REAP. This amendment would repeal this misguided provision to protect REAP, which is a critical program that over 22,000 farmers, ranchers, and rural small businesses rely on to access clean energy and cut their electric bills. The vital investments in this program boost rural economic development across the country. Don't just take my word for it. Look at the data. Just last year, REAP was instrumental in creating and saving enough energy to power over 260,000 homes, while creating or saving an estimated 826 jobs. But Republicans want to take that away. Who are they taking it away from? Every state in the country. Texas and North Carolina would lose the most funding, followed by Georgia, Kentucky, and Alabama. But all states would lose rural investments. Republicans would take over $5 million from my home state of Connecticut and almost $9 million from Arizona, over $7 million from Iowa, almost $6 million from Montana. That's why we receive so much communication from outside groups that are vocally and adamantly opposed to the REAP cuts in this bill. This committee even received a letter from 117 stakeholders asking for full funding for REAP, not an ill-advised cut of $500 million in previously provided critical funding. These stakeholders include state groups from Texas, Ohio, Mississippi, several stakeholders within Iowa, such as the Clayton County, Iowa Energy District, Clean Energy Districts of Iowa, Iowa Environmental Council, and Iowa Interfaith Power and Light. Harmful cuts are also why the Agriculture Energy Coalition wrote to us to highlight how unwise these cuts would be, because they would hurt rural America, cutting the incentives for young producers and business people to stay or return home to the land. These are not just broad-based hypothetical incentives I'm talking about. The cuts have acute consequences in local communities. That's why I'm here defending the 3rd District of Connecticut from these cuts. I would hope that the chair would do the same for her constituents, as Texas stands to lose almost $23 million from this rescission. Adopt this amendment and turn back the bill's misguided policies. Members of this committee, all members, most members of this committee on both sides of the aisle have received awards through this program. It's a critical program and one that we should make sure is not tampered with it. I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back.
Dr. Harris is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Look, the REAP program is actually a loan program. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what it was. And it's funded annually in our bill. And in fact, in this bill, we level fund the REAP loan program. The Inflation Reduction Act provision included an additional $3 billion for REAP, which USDA chose not to guarantee loans with, but to make grants with. So not to loan the money, just give it away. The committee has barely provided in the past, like literally as grants. This program has had $12 million total in grants. And this administration and the IRA and the last Congress voted a $3 billion grant program. So aside from fiscal responsibility, the amendment doesn't include a proposed offset, so it would be over our allocation. Now later today, the gentlelady is right. The REAP program is actually pretty important, the loan program. So we'll probably be considering an amendment to convert the majority of that $3 billion into a loan guarantee program, which of course will allow much more money to be spent in these rural areas for rural energy than a grant program. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Mr. DeLauro. Is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just say that this is a good amendment. It's good for rural America, particularly for those rural communities that are small, that don't have very strong tax bases. The Rural Energy for America program lowers energy costs for farmers and rural communities across the country. The competitive grants the program issues help farmers to increase their energy efficiency, help small rural businesses lower their costs. The bill will cut this program by $500 million for reasons I cannot fathom, especially when the cuts would raise energy costs for approximately 15,000 small businesses and agricultural producers across America. I know this is important to members of this committee because 20 members on the other side of the aisle had 137 REAP grants awarded in their districts last year. Dr. Harris, your district received 4 REAP grants. Mr. Womack, Arkansas's 3rd district, received 5 grants. Mr. Guest, Mississippi 3, received 12 grants. Mr. Simpson, your district received 13 grants. And Ms. Henson, our 2nd district, received 66 REAP grants last year. Like much of this bill, it astounds me why my Republican colleagues would seek to cut the very programs that directly benefit their constituents. I urge the adoption of this amendment. This is a good program. It should be funded, and it should allow these communities that are struggling to have the grant opportunities that they won't have to charge their constituents as we recover from the pandemic, as we recover from the natural disasters. Adopt this amendment. It's good for rural America.
Mr. Laura is recognized for 1 minute to close.
The following, I talked about a loan program. Just interesting to note that in fiscal year 2022, loan guarantees made up just 5.3% of REAP projects. Loan guarantees are used mostly for very large projects, not the small family farms, ranches, and other businesses that can benefit most from grants. So REAP needs to have the grants programs. Let me also, as my colleague has pointed out, this underlying bill targets vulnerable rural Americans who are in need of assistance across the country. I might add that last night I received a letter from 11 groups, we all did on this committee, the leadership of the committee, undersigned groups headed up by the Natural Resources Defense Council. Undersigned groups oppose the rescission of critical resources for clean energy programs in the Ag Bill, urge the committee to support an amendment to strike Section 722 of the rescission for the rural energy program here, and also we urge the committee to reject this rescission and support the amendment to strike it from the bill. 11 groups, I ask unanimous consent to put the letter into the record. Is that okay? Okay. And I will just lay in my remaining 20 seconds that it's pointed out that Alabama, Virginia, Florida, Maryland, Iowa, Louisiana, Michigan, Washington State, and California over a period of time have reached $21 billion in funding through the REAP program. I think members who have participated in this effort ought to take a hard look at it and see if, in fact, you really want to try to do it in, because it has benefited, these awards have benefited your constituents and your communities. I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Lauro. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of the recorded
Please
vote.
raise your hands.
Raise your hand.
They're counting. Not something we've ever really done.
A sufficient number is in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amaday. Mr. Amaday, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright? Yes. Mr. Cartwright, yes. Mr. Case? Mr. Case? Aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein? Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro?
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, nay. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? No. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. Granger?
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? No. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer? Aye. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California? Aye. Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, yes. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, yes. Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, yes. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Adderholt, no.
Any member wish to card their vote or change your vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted.
Want some chocolate? Are there any further? Would you like a piece of chocolate?
Mr. Newhouse is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
There's an amendment on the desk. The clerk will read the amendment.
An amendment by Mr. Newhouse. Strike section 765 and insert the following. Section 765, the Secretary of Agriculture shall take such actions as may be necessary to prohibit the purchase of agricultural land located in the United States by, this is the correct one, by non-resident aliens, foreign businesses, or any agent, trustee, or fiduciary associated with Russia, North Korea, Iran, or the Communist Party of China.
Newhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chairman Harris, Ranking Member Bishop. Increased ownership of U.S. farmland by countries who are not our allies is an alarming and growing trend that I believe poses a risk to our national as well as our economic security. For example, according to the United States Department of Agriculture, the Chinese Communist Party currently owns over 380,000 acres of farmland in the United States of America, which is worth about $2 billion. But even more shocking than that is the trend. Over the past 10 years, their purchases have grown by a factor of 10. This poses an immediate threat to the U.S. national as well as the U.S. food security. When I talk to many of my farmers who are my constituents, landowners in my district, as well as farmers around the country, they express deep concern about this encroachment of our land by foreign adversaries. They agree that we can, and I agree with them, that we can no longer ignore the writing on the wall, and we must act to stop this threat now before it becomes too late. I appreciate Chairman Harris's including Section 765 regarding an adversarial government's purchase of U.S. farmland in the underlying bill, so thank you for that. However, my amendment would strengthen Section 765 by directing the Secretary of Agriculture to take any actions necessary to prohibit the purchase of U.S. agricultural land by non-resident aliens, foreign businesses, or any agent, trustee, or fiduciary associated with Russia, North Korea, Iran, or the Communist Party of China. I believe this clarity is necessary because adversaries such as the CCP will take every opportunity they can to threaten our democracy, our republic, and our way of life, including our agricultural food supply chain. Madam Chair, I ask for your support on this amendment.
It's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The amendment seeks to prohibit land purchases by various persons. I think we need to understand that neither the original language nor the Newhouse Amendment do anything. USDA has no authority to block the sale of land by a private citizen to any entity, foreign or domestic, and this bill does not change that. The bill says that the Secretary shall take, quote, such actions as may be necessary, end of quote, to prohibit the purchase of agricultural land by our adversaries. I'm touched by your confidence in Secretary Vilsack. The power to block foreign purchases belongs to the Committee on Financial Investment in the U.S. under Treasury. Secretary Vilsack has gotten Secretary Yellen to work more closely on identifying agricultural land threats to us, but he cannot stop them. this is offensive to members of the Asian community. And I think as we experienced last year during this markup, we thought that we had worked out language that was acceptable to all parties. Apparently, we had not, but I urge the defeat of this amendment. I yield back.
Dr. Harris is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support my colleague's amendment to, in fact, strengthen the existing bill language to prohibit the purchase of agricultural land by our foreign adversaries. You know, the gentleman from Georgia is correct. You know, we probably can interfere with private citizens buying land, but that's not what this amendment talks about. This amendment talks about non-resident agents. A non-resident agent is, by definition, not a citizen. It talks about a foreign business, by definition, not a citizen. These are agents or businesses associated with the Communist Party of China, Russia, North Korea, or Iran, all enemies of the United States, and in particular, the CCP's strategic agenda to increase ownership of farmland within our borders, including purchasing land near sensitive national security sites, which we know in fact has happened, must be stopped. This amendment makes it clear America's land and resources belong to Americans and is not for sale to our foreign adversaries. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Ming is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. I'm incredibly concerned over the vague and overly broad language used in this amendment. I do want to thank Representative Newhouse because, as Ranking Member Bishop said, we had the same exact conversation last year, and he was very willing and very amenable to change and revise the language so it applied to bad actors in relation to corporate entities. We are now revisiting this again. I want to again thank Representative Newhouse because based on conversations and communications this morning, he was again very amenable and willing to revise. However, I am informed that the majority of this committee, the Republican majority leadership, is prohibiting Mr. Newhouse as a duly elected member of this Appropriations Committee from making that change, a revision that he would want to make. So I don't know exactly what rules prohibit a member from doing that, but that is what I'm told. This amendment singles out non-resident aliens, Dr. Harris. It's not just agents, it's aliens associated with 3 countries and the Chinese Communist Party. But the term non-resident alien isn't even a status classified by our Department of Homeland Security. The IRS has one definition for non-resident alien for tax filing purposes. However, to the agency responsible for administering our immigration law, this amendment language would be meaningless. And that's why I'm terribly concerned this amendment would, in practice, target innocent Chinese Americans or Chinese immigrants. While I recognize the concerns around the CCP's intentions behind buying some of the farmland in America, I am also concerned about opening doors for discrimination where some landowners will develop reservations about selling land to anyone with a Chinese surname. I worry about slippery slope xenophobia. These prohibitions that penalize individual immigrants are steeped in the legacy of alien land laws that were used in the early 20th century to restrict Asian immigrants from permanently settling in the U.S. and led to laws like the Chinese Exclusion Act. In a time where we are seeing more and more states move to prohibit any Chinese immigrants from owning any sort of real estate, even rental properties in some states, the legacy of alien land laws in this country cannot be forgotten. We have seen in recent years innocent Chinese American researchers who have been here in America for decades, working at American institutions, arrested and marked by blankets of suspicion. Most have been here for decades. At what point in time has someone
been here long enough to be considered American. This amendment, as written, is too vague and risks perpetuating the same sort of harms that allow for us to single out Japanese Americans, German, and Italian Americans in the 40s in the name of national security. So I urge my colleagues to oppose it.
Mr. McCall is recognized. What? Mr. Cole, sorry.
Carl.
Carl.
You know, as a county commissioner, I've always taken the stance, what a person owns is theirs and who they want to sell it to is their own business. But with that in mind, my ranchers, my farmers came to me and told me we have got to do something. So I commend my friend for actually putting this text in this bill, directing the secretary to take action to prohibit the purchase of agricultural land by companies owned by China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. I'm happy to see this provision included in the base text of this bill. We must do everything we can do to make sure our nation's agricultural land is not owned by individuals who wish to do us harm. Recent data shows over 400,000 acres of farmland owned by China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. This land should be for American producers, not our enemies. This is our food security and national security issues that we're dealing with at this moment. One of the many lessons we've learned from COVID is the importance of our controlling our supply chain. This provision helps ensure we can maintain control of our food supply, and I thank you for doing that, sir. And I return my time. Thank you.
Ms. Capter is recognized. Sorry.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask Congressman Newhouse and the gentleman who spoke about being a county commissioner, I'm not sure from what state, but if in fact, Alabama? Okay, so if in fact it is correct that the Department of Treasury is the proper agency to make a determination or to involve itself in stopping any kind of a purchase of U.S. assets that are strategic in one way or another, and you're actually asking the Secretary of Agriculture to do it, and the Secretary is not authorized to do this, of what merit is your amendment? It's not going to work in any case. Why don't you redraft your amendment in a way that you would actually ask the appropriate agency to assess what's happening in agricultural America, of which I represent part of? Well, I'm hoping someone will. I thought the offer of the amendment might be the first person to do so out of courtesy.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So for the last 3 years, the USDA has not done its job and has not helped us get that done.
Well, but
So
that's the problem is you're in the wrong
We're going to
department.
attack this issue. We're going to address this issue anywhere we can to anyone that will listen to
The
us.
gentleman, it is my time, and I just want to say that you're not going to be successful because you're in the wrong department. Your amendment is effectively dead, so it's just more of a messaging amendment maybe. But actually, the Secretary of Agriculture is not the appropriate person to make this determination.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Yeah, Mr. Newhouse.
Would the gentlelady yield? Just
I'd be honored to
thank you,
yield to
Ms.
the
Capter.
gentleman.
As you recall, last, I believe it was a year ago when we debated this topic, this same question came up, and the Department of Agriculture actually does track and report sales of foreign purchases of agricultural land. In fact, due to your, and thank you very much, request, we were able to secure the most recent report from USDA. So it may be true that the department needs extra resources in order to accomplish what we're further asking, and that we could accomplish that in another vehicle. But I think the importance of addressing the continued growth of acquisitions of agricultural land by foreign adversaries is something of utmost importance. And in order to continue the process of accomplishing what we all unanimously over the last 2 years have voted to do, I think this is a very important step to take. So thank you for raising that question.
Well, I support the gentleman's efforts in trying to get proper understanding in the country of what's happening with our assets, including farmland, and the reporting language is important. But that is not the enforcement authority, and it won't go to the Secretary of Agriculture. And frankly, it's really not the purpose of this bill. Agriculture, that sits over in the FSGG committee, and over at the Treasury Department, if you want to be effective. I just wanted to put that on the record. If the department is continuing to collect information and giving us an historical understanding, perfect. That's very good, but you're not going to achieve your ultimate objective. It's the wrong bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Calvert.
Well, I think it's valuable to bring attention to this problem because it's pretty well known that the Chinese are buying land. It's not so much the amount of land that I'm concerned about, is where the land is being acquired. And it's being acquired near military bases throughout the United States. Recently near Laughlin Air Force Base, for instance, some land up in North Dakota, other lands throughout the United States where that property is being used for surveillance purposes by the Chinese. And that's a reality. So I'm glad that the gentleman from Washington brought this to our attention. And if this isn't the right committee to deal with it, well, we better find the right committee because this is a serious problem and we're going to have to deal with it. I yield back to bounce my time.
Mr. Cartwright is recognized.
Testing. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about the technical drafting of this for the author. This amendment has been described as vague, and maybe it is in other places, but one place that I'm concerned about is that it is not clear that the qualifying phrase associated with Russia, North Korea, Iran, or the CCP applies to the first two categories, non-resident aliens, foreign businesses. It's a little loosely drafted in that sense, and I want to ask the author what his legislative intent is there. Do you mean the non-resident aliens and foreign businesses to be from anywhere, or only just those three countries and the CCP?
So I think the gentleman from Pennsylvania, thanks for raising the question. I believe it's fairly specific here that any entity, a business, agent, trustee, or non-resident alien associated with these four countries that are listed, the Communist Chinese Party, Russia, North Korea, Iran. That's pretty specific language. If you're associated with those governments, then that would include you in this prohibition.
So that this entire amendment applies only to Russia, North Korea, Iran, or the CCP?
Yes, and I can point out that that was due to some negotiations in this committee to not single out one particular adversary, but make it a larger list to prevent some of the concerns that were raised by my Democratic colleagues that it would cause undue xenophobia on the part of one country, if we're targeting one country.
It's not a trick question. It was just when you say foreign businesses, and then it wasn't clear that that qualifying, limiting it to three countries in the CCP applied to foreign businesses. So you've answered the question, and I thank the gentleman.
Thank you.
Yield back.
Mr. Newhouse is recognized for 1 minute. Sorry.
I think we've had a good discussion here, and I don't think it's the intent of anybody in this room to cast dispersions or make people feel uncomfortable in our country. And I think Ms. Ming spoke eloquently of things that have happened in the past. This is a concern. It's a concern that Mr. Calvert and I and many others in the room have had. And if we're going to take it seriously, and I think that's what we all want to do, we know that land use and everything's collected by Mr. Vilsack. Let's put it in the right committee. So, Mr. Newhouse, I think you find that there are a lot of people who would work with you to put it in the right committee. And then we can make sure that the Department of Ag has the resources it needs to collect the material to send it to the right committee. Other than that, we all can, pat ourselves on the back and think we've done something here. And I know it's with the best of intentions that you're trying to do this. So, Mr. Newhouse, would you be considered withdrawing and then working on this farther in the appropriate committee, and then working with Mr. Calvert and I and folks in the Intelligence Committee?
As I said, and I'll repeat, I think this is an area, issue of utmost importance. I serve on the Select Committee for the Communist Chinese Party. And it's become clear to us over the last several months, as we have also noticed in this committee and throughout Congress over the last couple of years, how critical of an issue this is, how real the threat is. As Mr. Calvert pointed out, purchases of land near sensitive military installations in our country. Absolutely, this could use more work, more discussion on how we accomplish our common goal here, both Republican and Democrat. But I think the critical nature of this issue necessitates us to continue moving this process forward in the Appropriations Committee, in the Agriculture Subcommittee of Appropriations. I think it's justified and merits, the importance of this merits our attention today.
Rutherford is recognized.
I just wanted to point out that the non-resident alien that is used in the language here is in fact recognized by the IRS. They have a tax treatment process for non-resident aliens, so I'm sure they have a definition as well. I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out the bizarre nature of each bill that has come up, where the majority is introducing language into these bills that are inapplicable to the agencies that we are providing funding for. Yesterday, I didn't argue whether or not we should have prisoners at Guantanamo or not. I argued that neither Republican or Democratic presidents recently have asked for that language in the bill. There are debates over whether or not we should continue to imprison these terrorists there or move them over. That was irrelevant. What was relevant is that you did absolutely nothing by inserting that language into the Milcon VA bill yesterday. Today, whether or not you think Mr. Newhouse's language that he's trying to insert here is necessary or important or impactful or fair is irrelevant because it's inapplicable to this bill. The agency secretary does not have the authority or any relationship to making these decisions. So it is pointless, xenophobic messaging and nothing more than that. I mean, I came to Congress to actually achieve something, to achieve my goals, to actually work on substantive policy. And I certainly came on the Appropriations Committee to make sure we could provide resources and support policies that are going to make sure that we can achieve real goals. This is phony messaging baloney. if we think that we should do this, let's do it in the DoD bill, as Ms. McCollum just said, where we can actually achieve it. We can have a debate on whether you think that it's relevant, important policy or not, but it's inapplicable in this bill. I mean, are we going to do 12 or 13 more amendments throughout all the 12 appropriations bills that have nothing to do with the actual bills that we're debating or that we're providing funding for? That makes no sense. It's a waste of time. And come on, let's be genuine in our discussions and our debate about issues, and not just put phony, fake appendages onto bills that have nothing to do with the topic at hand. I yield back.
Mr. Simpson is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wasn't going to say anything, but I will, especially after the debate that just happened. These are not phony proposals. The reality is I'd put it in all 12 of our bills if it was necessary. And what this says is the Secretary of Agriculture shall take such actions as may be necessary to prohibit the purchase of, et cetera, et cetera. That may mean notifying the Secretary of Treasury that can stop them and say, listen, we're finding these purchases around sensitive areas in the United States. That might be the action he has to take. Does the Secretary of Treasury know all of the land purchases as the Secretary of Agriculture does? Can it only be one agency? So I'm offended that someone would say these phony bills and proposals that we are just sending out there for messages. That's a bunch of crap. So I yield back and would urge my colleagues to support this amendment and any other amendments like this that come up in other bills.
Mrs. Simpson is recognized. Henson. Ms. Henson.
Is the singer. I am the legislator. So I would echo my colleague's statement on the way the amendment reads. And such actions as may be necessary sends a very clear message that our Ag Secretary needs to be working with other departments to make sure that we're getting this job done. So Madam Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. USDA is charged with documenting, obviously, foreign land ownership and did not do its job for a 3-year period, did not assess any penalties in that 3-year period. So what we are doing, in essence, is putting them on record that not only do we want them to continue to do their job, but we want them to make sure that they're actually tracking this and working to make sure it does not happen. So I'd like to thank Mr. Newhouse for his leadership on this issue. As we continue to face threats from foreign adversaries like President Xi's regime, the Chinese Communist Party. And I want to address my colleague Ms. Meng's comments as well. We were together just a few weeks ago to talk about making sure we are not using xenophobic language. And I believe that our committee, especially the Select Committee on dealing with strategy related to the Chinese Communist Party, has been, as I said, very intentional in making sure we are not doing that. So while our foreign adversaries continue to try to undermine our agriculture industry, and many states do have strong laws, much like the state of Iowa does, this amendment will ensure that USDA is taking all necessary steps to preserve our food security and national security. So I will be supporting the amendment today. I look forward to working with anyone in this room to make sure we are advancing the priorities of standing up to our adversaries and protecting our food security, because it is national security. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Molinar is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to support this amendment. The fact is that the amendment says the Secretary of Agriculture shall take such actions as may be necessary. Right now, I don't believe the Secretary of Agriculture is part of the CFIUS process. And the CFIUS process has been an abject failure. Ultimately, it lands at the responsibility of the President of the United States to halt. But I think we ought to empower the Ag Secretary, and I think this is a good amendment to do that. Thank you.
Ms. Underwood is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question for Mr. Newhouse. In reviewing the legislative text, it appears that there are several nations listed: North Korea, Iran, Russia, and then it references non-resident aliens of the CCP, which is not a country. And so I do think that there is an opportunity as we seek to make sure that we proceed in a serious, somber manner when we're talking about the nature of the threats to our country, to make sure that the legislative text is accurate. Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Newhouse is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In closing, thank you very much for the debate. I think it's been enlightening and important. As I've said, we've considered this issue. This is the third year in a row. This is not a fake or phony issue. Like I said, after much discussion, after many expressing their opinions, similar amendments have passed either unanimously or near unanimously, and I appreciate that. And I think this one should as well. We always must ensure that Americans have access to the safest, most abundant food supply in the world. And we are fortunate to have that capability right here in our country. We cannot become dependent on an adversary for our domestic agriculture and our food supply. My amendment is critical for defending our farmland, for preserving our food supply, preserving our important food supply chains, and for protecting American sovereignty. As you've heard many times, food security is national security. And I will continue to work with everyone in this room and throughout Congress to be certain that we can accomplish our shared goals of preventing adversaries from getting a foothold in our agricultural industry. And also to make certain that in doing so, we do not target wrongly people who are innocent. I appreciate the comments from many of my colleagues here on this discussion today. I absolutely believe this is an important step to empower the Department of Agriculture to take those necessary steps, whatever they may be, whether it's asking Treasury, hey, could we be part of CFIUS so that we can do what's necessary to protect our national security. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you for that, and thank you for being here and making all of us understand this, what we're talking about and how serious it is. Now, Mr. Newhouse, the question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Newhouse. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number is in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert.
Aye.
Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl, yes. Mr. Carter. Aye. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. No. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Yes. Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein. Aye. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, yes. Mr. Clyde. Yes. Mr. Clyde, yes. Mr. Cole. Aye. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Aye. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro. No. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. No. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Aye. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. No. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia. Oh, sorry. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. No. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. Laturner. Mr. Laturner, aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. He's not recorded. He's not recorded.
Not recorded. You're not recorded, sir.
Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Garcia, aye. Okay.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Joyce, you are not recorded.
Mr. Joyce, aye.
Thank you. On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 26. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the amendment.
An amendment by Ms. Torres, strike section 761 of the bill related to the FDA mifepristone rider.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to consider my amendment as read.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am extremely disappointed to see that extreme Republicans are once again attacking reproductive health care and the independence of the Food and Drug Administration by limiting access to mifepristone, one of two essential pills for abortion medication. From the courts to this committee, the extreme anti-abortion Republicans have shown that they will weaponize every branch of government to control other people's lives, health, and bodies. My amendment strikes the section of this bill that inserts extreme Republican politicians into the independent medical decisions of the FDA in order to score political points. This section of the bill attempts to reverse the FDA's most recent action to lift medically necessary restrictions placed on receiving mifepristone. The FDA's recent ruling, made in January 2023 after extensive evidence-based review, allows people to pick up their medications at their local neighborhood pharmacies or receive their medications in the mail rather than only in clinical settings, because that is what the medical evidence showed that is best for people's health. Now, Madam Chair, young women today have outperformed the women of our generation. Young women today are independent. They are heads of households. They are CEOs. They are CFOs. They are police officers, and they are soldiers. Trust them. We must trust women to make their own decisions, not just in Wall Street, but also about their own bodies. Young women today will not retrieve to a time when sexual harassment and rape in the workplace was tolerated and accepted as the cost of being a career woman. Let's be clear, Republicans have a bigger plan in the works. This will not stop with this medication. Once they step into the medical process, more and more attacks on reproductive health care and any other health care Republicans decide they do not like will be next. This medication is safe, and it is used for more than just abortion, like Cushing's syndrome. It is supported by hundreds of studies that have given the medication a 99% safety rating. 99%. Better than the birth control pill. This medication has been used by more than 5 million people for more than 2 decades. The extremist attacks on essential medication for women's health care is simply unacceptable. The vast majority of Americans, 85%, want abortion to continue to be legal. Polling also shows that people want this medication to remain on the market and accessible. People deserve to access the medication that they need, and providers should be able to provide that medication without unnecessary interference from the judiciary or radical politicians. I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I yield back.
Dr. Harris is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The situation in front of us is whether or not the FDA has appropriately dealt with the licensing and access of Americans to mifepristone. You know, the claim that there's unnecessary interference from the judiciary. This is an issue the Supreme Court is likely to take up because it actually deals with whether or not the FDA has followed the mandates from Congress in how to license a medication. Now, the FDA already has a crisis in confidence because the FDA, for a variety of reasons, Americans don't trust anymore because they think they're not making independent decisions, and its handling of mifepristone is a perfect example of that. I urge you, you know, it wasn't one federal court, it was not only the district court that reviewed whether or not the initial licensing in 2000 was appropriate or whether the change in REMS requirement, which is a higher level requirement that requires the administration by a physician in a facility, and then ultimately the decision in January 23 to remove it from the need for it to be administered by a physician at all. Both courts agreed that the decision, not the approval decision in 2000, because the Fifth Circuit felt that that might in fact have been legitimate, but both courts agreed strongly that the decision to remove the protections of requiring it to be administered under the care of a physician, physician looking at the patient while it's being administered, was an overreach by the FDA. And it begs the question whether or not the FDA politicized the decision based on which administration sat in the White House. Now, the two things they pointed out which were particularly true was the FDA extending the authorization for this drug from 7 weeks pregnancy to 10 weeks pregnancy. There was, in fact, no trial, no randomized, controlled, double-blind trial, what we normally require of any medication, especially one that has serious side effects like this. There was no trial. Furthermore, this is being prescribed to children. Someone under 18 can get this medication, and yet the FDA has never asked for a trial on women under the age of 18. That's just not the way the FDA should operate. This was a politicized decision, and the amendment would remove the protection we put in the bill, which merely makes the FDA do what what the trial court and the appeals court have decided is appropriate, to return the supervision to a physician. Why is that important? 2% of pregnancies are ectopic pregnancies. They're ectopic. They're not in the uterus. They are in the fallopian tubes, they're in the fimbria, they're right outside the ovary, they're not in the uterus. This drug will not terminate those pregnancies. Last I looked, pharmacies don't have ultrasound machines to determine whether it's an ectopic pregnancy, and yet the January 2023 decision by the FDA, a politicized decision, would allow this drug to be administered by a pharmacy. There's actually a reason why the FDA required this, and it's because it's a serious drug. Ectopic pregnancy occurs. You need a physician to determine whether that ectopic pregnancy is occurring before you administer this drug. In fact, the initial studies upon which the safety record you've heard about was established were done in facilities where ultrasounds were done and establishing that it was not an ectopic pregnancy. Ladies and gentlemen, the FDA works on our authorization, and we did set the rules for what it takes to authorize a drug. And the FDA did not follow those. It politicized it. Ladies and gentlemen, the underlying language in the bill does not take away the approval of the drug. This drug is still approved. It's still accessible. It just has to be administered in the presence of a physician, just like it was determined to be the case for the first 16 years that this drug was approved. That was the determination. And with no further studies, the FDA changed its ruling on this. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment for the safety of the women involved in this, and I yield back.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate very much the passion of Dr. Harris, but I would like to point out that the current language in the bill disproportionately affects women in rural communities who have to travel much greater distances to receive in-person medical care. They could perhaps, in one particular location, get the ultrasound or the other diagnostic tests to determine whether there's an ectopic pregnancy, but telehealth is a necessary means by which we can close the gap in access to medical care for rural patients. This amendment will not accommodate that telehealth consultation. So I'm also very concerned that some state officials have begun limiting access to the medication itself. Because of that, I would urge that this amendment be adopted so that there will not be a disproportionate impact on women who are in rural communities who need to have access to this particular medication. I yield back.
Johnson is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I'd like to associate myself with the comments of Dr. Harris as well. I also want to make a point of clarification. There is absolutely nothing in this bill that prevents mifepristone from being dispensed under the care and supervision of a practitioner for non-elective abortion purposes. But by completely removing the presence of a medical provider, you do open the door to those serious health risks to women. And so to my colleague's point about providers, look, I agree. There are OBGYN healthcare deserts in my district too. But what happens if there's a complication for these women and girls? They won't have that access to the provider. Where will they get that care when they face those complications? So we should be working together in a bipartisan way to increase access to providers in rural America, and that is something that we have prioritized across the aisle, whether it's midwives or OBGYNs, to make sure that those doctors are available. But this poses serious health threats to women and girls in rural America who may be miles away from an emergency room to get that care. So removing in-person dispensing requirements is not about helping women, it's about profits for Planned Parenthood and for the abortion industry. So abortion is never safe for the unborn child, and this is a blatant disregard for the safety of the mother as well. So I, again, rise in opposition to the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Mr. Lauro is recognized.
I rise in support of this amendment. What this rider does is reverses the FDA's decision allowing mifepristone to be dispensed in certified pharmacies, including mail-order pharmacies, to patients with a prescription rather than only in clinical settings. I want to point out to those concerning themselves with the health care decisions that are made by women that the current FDA policy still requires that mifepristone be prescribed by a qualified health care provider. It has to be prescribed. We are talking about the dispensation of it. So the amendment would strike a rider that overrules the established scientific process from FDA approval to restrict women's access to health care and is unprecedented. We're talking about 20 years here. The committee has no business overturning the considered decision of the FDA, particularly just to make it harder for women to be able to get an abortion. Mifepristone has been safely and legally used in the United States by over 5 million people since the FDA approved its use more than 20 years ago. It is safer compared to other common prescription drugs such as penicillin and Viagra, which are 4 and 10 times more lethal, respectively. Mifepristone has helped ensure that patients are able to make their own private medical decisions. It has expanded people's access to reproductive health care. The evidence has been clear that the in-person dispensing requirement on mifepristone served no medical purpose. This requirement has nothing to do with safety and serves only to create more barriers to health care. I would just say that the comments made that if you truly care about a woman's health and safety, that you should support this provision are really deeply offensive. Childbirth is dangerous. It is dangerous. And the maternal mortality rate is a stain on this country. And if you watch the news this morning, maternal mortality is on the uptick in the United States, and particularly among women of color. So you should really understand that medication abortion is vastly safer. The decision to get an abortion should be made by a woman in her family in accordance with her faith, and not by the people in this room. I ask you, please, respect women, trust women and the decisions that they make for themselves and their families. And people in this room do not have the scientific background to make this decision. And think about where else this amendment might lead and other science-based decisions that can be overturned with regard to your medical care, your family's medical care, your wives, your children, etc. We need to respect and trust women. Let them make the healthcare decisions for themselves and their families. They should be able to receive care they need and in the manner that makes the most sense for them. This is really shameful, and Ms. Torres' amendment strikes this rider, and I am proud to be able to vote in favor of it, and I ask you all to vote in favor of it as well. I yield back.
Ms. Lee of California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, let me thank the gentlelady from California for offering this amendment, which I support, to strike the section 761 of the bill, which attempts to reverse FDA's decision to allow mifepristone to be dispensed in certified pharmacies instead of only by prescribers in hospitals, clinics, and medical offices. Now, efforts to unjustifiably restrict access to mifepristone and ban abortions and related care is fundamentally undemocratic, and it's an assault on personal freedoms. Mifepristone being made available over the counter was not a political decision, it was a medical one. This ridiculous budget rider is another example of politically overreach by Republican politicians. It recklessly undermines the FDA's authority and well-established scientific review process. This sets a terrible precedent for other medications. It intentionally increases confusion for those trying to access care. This move towards a national mifepristone ban, which is what basically this is now, will disproportionately, if you look at it, it's going to disproportionately impact Black and brown and low-income people. Mifepristone is an incredibly safe, effective medication. This record is backed by ample evidence and over 2 decades of use by more than 5 million people. It is the gold standard for medication abortion and miscarriage management care. So we must do everything possible to prevent radical, really moves by Republicans that will really make these riders that you're putting into this bill very toxic and dangerous and violating the will of the American people. That's why we must strike this rider, and I want to thank the gentlelady once again for bringing this amendment forward, because it needs to be struck from this bill, rightfully affirming the FDA's authority over its own drug approval process. Again, the precedent it sets for other medicines to be approved is very dangerous for many, many other types of medical conditions. It's clear that the majority will stop at nothing to achieve the goal of taking away reproductive freedoms and personal choices. As the Pro-Choice Caucus co-chair, I urge you to join all of us, including our author of this amendment in stopping this budget writer by reaffirming the FDA's authority and our constituents' reproductive freedom. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. And thank you again, and I'll yield my time.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Ms. Torres's amendment. As if you didn't make your point in the Milcon VA bill yesterday, here's yet another attack on women and their right to choose whether and or when to become a parent. The majority has inserted yet another anti-abortion policy. This one restricts access to abortion medication, reversing recent FDA guidance that eased healthcare burdens on women. This rider is an attack on women's health and well-being, full stop. By the way, it's a new rider, which violates the side agreement that was made that we weren't going to add new riders to this process. So it ultimately will not survive the final product of this legislation. So we are again pursuing pointless language that isn't actually going to make it into our final deliberations. My colleagues across the aisle have shown time and time again that all they want to do is limit a woman's right to access necessary medical care. And who will this harm the most? Working class women, women of color, women in rural areas. As FDA and medical professionals have said time and time again since the FDA approved the use of mifepristone over 20 years ago, medication abortion is a safe and effective option to end an early pregnancy. We're debating this amendment because the FDA lifted harmful restrictions that required in-person dispensing only in clinical settings, allowing certified pharmacies to dispense it to patients with a prescription. Why shouldn't it be more accessible to those who need it? An extensive evidence-based review by the FDA that led to increased access for women in a controlled and regulated manner is simply too much for conservatives to accept. What is the fundamental issue with allowing the FDA to use the authority that we gave them in the law? Because anti-abortion extremism finds a way to erode progress, ignore science, and trample over the FDA's authority as is convenient to this ongoing agenda. Instead of listening to the medical professionals and the experts at the FDA, Republicans are using legislation and litigation to advance an agenda that is not even supported by the majority of women in this country. In fact, the majority of Americans instead support allowing women to legally use abortion medication. This provision undermines the FDA's authority and expertise by putting politics over science and ignores the majority of women and their rights. But that's not new. Much of your policy agenda turns a blind eye to science and the facts in favor of your base. Your values are shown in your budget. And like other anti-abortion riders, this is an attack on our fundamental rights. The antithesis of being pro-America is to supplant people's freedoms with religious ideology. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Frankel is recognized.
Well, this does deserve 3 my's. And thank you, Representative Torres. I rise to support your amendment that strikes a provision in the bill that nullifies the FDA's decision to make mifepristone, I'm going to call it short MIF, to make it more accessible by removing the requirement that MIF be dispensed only in clinics, hospitals, or medical offices. And you know, I want to talk. We've been talking about with a lot of medical terms. I want to talk about the people who we represent. Like Donna. Donna is from Florida. My Florida colleagues, pay attention. You may know Donna. Actually, Florida still allows abortions up to 15 weeks of pregnancy. Donna's a 5th grade teacher. She's got 3 children of her own, who she loves very much, Jack, Lily, and baby Connor, is only 3 months. She came back from maternity leave and found out she's pregnant again. She also found out that her husband of 12 years has cancer, and between taking him to treatments, taking care of her kids, teaching the 5th graders, she knows it's not time for her to bring a new baby into the world, and because she knows the responsibility to raise and care for a child, because she's done it 3 times. And she knows how much she needs to count on her on her husband's partnership who needs to be in treatment for cancer. And she knows that having a fourth child now would just not be the right time for her and her family. Do you know Donna? Does anybody know her? I don't think so. What about Monica? I can't tell you where Monica is. You know why? Because she's hiding. She's hiding from an abusive husband who has emotionally berated her, beat her, controlled her finances, and sexually abused her. And like so many survivors of domestic violence, she has no support system in her community other than the shelter where she is hiding. And she doesn't think it's time for her to have her abuser's child. Does anybody know her? You don't know her. What about Monica? What about Jada? Jada graduated at the top of her high school class and turned down offers at Princeton and Yale to attend West Point. She's the first in her family to go to college. And she knows she's not ready to be a mom, and she doesn't want to give up on her dreams. Does anybody know Jada? You know, these are just 3 stories, complicated stories. There are so many stories. You know, there are 58 million women in this country who have childbearing age. They each have their own story. So it seems only fair, and it seems only just and common sense that we leave the decision of when or whether to start a family up to the person who is pregnant. Not up to a judge, not up to a governor, not up to a congressperson or a state legislator. So I said, why are we restricting access to MIF? And I'll answer that question myself. Because Republicans are on a mission. They are on a mission to ban abortion in the United States of America. That's the mission. And so it's no wonder that Medicaid abortions now account for half of the United States abortions. That's why we're dealing with this issue today. And just to talk about the safety, and I think Miss Meng is going to yield to me her time. Is that correct? Yeah, Madam Chair. Medication abortions now account for half of U.S. abortions. It was first approved by the FDA in 2000. It's been available in the United States for 22 years, and in Europe much longer. Over 5 million women have used it, and the body of research shows that it is safe and overwhelmingly effective, and the risks are fewer than continuing pregnancy or other common medications such as penicillin, Viagra, or Tylenol, all which can be obtained at the pharmacy without a patient having to go to the doctor's office. Well, here's an idea. You want to reduce these abortions? What if you had to go to a doctor every time you wanted to pop a Viagra or get on with telehealth? But that's totally a ridiculous idea, isn't it? I admit that. But listen, out of 20,000 medications regulated by the FDA that patients can self-administer, mifepristone is the only one that the FDA had required a patient to receive in person at the medical office. So at a medical office. So look, a large panel, independent, non-political panel of medical science experts studied the large body of evidence of the safe use of mifepristone over the past 22 years, and they eliminated an outdated requirement that required women to visit her doctor in person to take the drug. So, listen, I want to just say, and I don't know if this has been mentioned, there are side consequences of this. There's side consequences because, you know, if we can just, with an act of a judge or an act of Congress, automatically nullify an FDA approval drug, it's going to have other consequences, of course, because who's going to want to invest in drug development in this country? So, and look, who's going to be harmed the most? Women in rural communities, women in maternity care deserts, women who do not have a reliable access to transportation, child care, women who can't take time off from work to go to the doctor, And then, of course, I said we're setting a dangerous precedent here. So listen, I'm going to close now. And here's what I want to just say. Again, women, people who are pregnant, women, they must be able to decide if and when they want to start to grow their family, not politicians. And mifepristone is safe and effective medicine that's been used for 20 years to terminate pregnancy under the laws of each state and, of course, appropriate state regulations. I urge my colleagues to support this very good amendment, and I yield back.
Yes.
Speak.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to speak in opposition to this amendment. The bottom line is that FDA's favored politics over science when they fast-track the approval of this drug without fully studying the safety of it. Under the FDA's modification to the risk evaluation and medication strategy, they fast-track approval of a drug that was well known to have life-threatening risks, and that includes hemorrhaging, infection, emergency surgery, and unfortunately sometimes death. The FDA has created serious hazards for women's health and safety, including most recently when the FDA removed in-person dispensing requirements for this chemical abortion drug. I want to thank Chairman Harris for including in this year's bill a provision to prohibit mail-order chemical abortion pills. Women who do choose to seek out this dangerous drug should certainly be monitored by a physician. And I would therefore urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Watson Coleman is recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, would either Dr. Harris or Mr. Simpson be willing to answer a question that I'm not quite sure I understand where they stand on one should be able to access mifepristone? Are you suggesting that you should only take the medication in the presence of a doctor at a clinic or a hospital, and that you then, having taken it, need to wait to see if it works or if you have some other complication? I'm just trying to see where you think it's appropriate to access this medication, if you do think it's appropriate to access this medication.
If the gentlelady will yield. So that, in fact, was the rule for about 16 years.
Just tell me. Don't give me that history. Just tell me
The Third
the answer
Circuit,
to my questions, if you don't
the
mind.
Fifth Circuit Court and the trial court felt that yes, that was an appropriate way to have the drug administered.
I'm not a scientist, and very few of us here are scientists. And it hurts me to my heart that some of those who have been trained in science conveniently use unscientific language to message alarms that are totally unnecessary. Now, this is a medication that has been determined to be safe and effective, not for 5 years, not for 7 years, not for 10 years, but at least 2 decades. In fact, more than 53% of the women that find a need or desire to terminate a pregnancy do so with this medication. This medication that has been scientifically proven to be effective. To suggest that the only place you should have access to this medication is to increase the cost of health care that you're always trying to decrease the cost of, is to do it in the presence of a physician at his office or her office, at a hospital or a clinic. That is so absurd. It is so absurd. First of all, let us recognize that you can only get this medication if it has been prescribed. Only if it's prescribed. And if your doctor prescribes it, that doctor has made an assessment that that is an appropriate response for your needs at that time. We need to stop dilly-dallying around with our ideological commitment to unreality and disrespect for what the people of this country know for themselves and have decided that a woman's access to the termination of her pregnancy is her decision because it is her body. And so I stand in support of this amendment, and I commend my colleague for standing up for the women in this country, even though my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can't seem to find their way out of the dark tunnel. Thank you, and I yield back.
Oh, Mr. Hoyer, I'm sorry. Recognize Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Hoyer is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to associate myself 110% with the remarks that the gentlelady just made. She made it without a note, she made it with passion, and she made it accurately. I'm not a doctor, I'm a lawyer. Some lament that, some do not. But we have a doctor who has told us that there are concerns with this. He is my colleague from Maryland. He's an anesthesiologist. He puts people to sleep. Let me read from a press conference from the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology. They deal with this. They deal with it every day. And I'm absolutely positive they're as concerned about ectopic pregnancies as anybody. And they know a lot more about it. Also, the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine and 9 other prominent medical organizations submitted an amicus in the U.S. District Court of Northern District of Texas in the case of the Alliance for Hippocratic Medicine versus Food and Drug Administration, which is the case, one of the cases that Mr. Harris has talked about. They challenged the FDA's 2000 approval of MIF. The amicus outlines the overwhelming evidence demonstrating that mifepristone, which has undergone rigorous testing and review. This is their statement. This is the obstetricians talking. Overwhelming evidence and has been safely used in the United States of America, as someone has said, for over 20 years, in fact, 23 years, and longer in other parts of the world, is conclusively safe and effective. Those are the obstetricians talking, gynecologists talking, maternal fetal medicine experts talking. So with all due respect, I am not an expert, but they are. And I believe this amendment has nothing to do with whether it's safe and everything to do because the procedure itself is opposed. That's an honest statement. I get that. But the fact that this is not safe or somehow needs to be done in the presence of a doctor or a nurse or a medical professional. I take a number. You heard it was my birthday. I've had a lot of birthdays. And I take a number of drugs. Metformin's one of them. Some of you probably take metformin as well. I don't call up my doctor, who, by the way, is my next door neighbor, and say, Vinny, would you come over and watch me take this drug? That would be absurd, which is what the gentlelady said. The fact of the matter is the obstetricians, the gynecologists, the fetal medicine folks say this is safe. So let's not mask the reason you want to knock this out for some medical reason. Let's vote for this amendment. Let's vote for women. I have 3 daughters. I have 2 granddaughters. I have 3 great-granddaughters. Vote for them. Vote yes.
Ms. Torres is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, earlier I stated that this bill takes us back to 2007. I think it really takes us back to 1870, when husbands had complete control of their wives. Except in this case, the young women of America will say Republicans have taken control of our bodies. We cannot allow for that. We cannot stand for that. Young women today must be trusted to make their own decisions. Radical politicians and grumpy old men cannot be allowed to control our bodies. And with that, I ask support for this amendment and I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. Torres. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. No. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Aye. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Aye. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. No. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, yes. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, yes. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer.
Aye.
Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, yes. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, yes. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, yes. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, yes. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, yes. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? She's not recorded. She's not recorded.
You're not recorded.
Wasserman Schultz, aye.
Mr. Amadei?
Mr. Amadei, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair? Yeah. Oh, are you next?
Please.
An amendment by Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to have the amendment considered as read.
Having trouble hearing.
I ask unanimous consent to have the amendment considered as read, please.
Without Rita.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong opposition to the two tobacco riders, which quite frankly, in this bill are gifts to the tobacco companies. And I'd urge my colleagues to join me in striking these harmful riders. After over a decade, FDA is this close to regulating maximum nicotine standards and finalizing rules that regulate menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars, rules based on scientific data that clearly shows a reduction in the number of kids who become addicted to tobacco, reduce tobacco-caused disease, address racial disparities, and ultimately saves lives. Yet the majority has inserted a rider to block the FDA from issuing any rules that mandate a maximum nicotine level for cigarettes. You further block FDA from issuing rules that would prohibit menthol in cigarettes or ban characterizing flavors in cigars. These riders show that this committee has succumbed to big tobacco yet again. All my colleagues here know by now that I'm a cancer survivor. There isn't a single person in this room that hasn't been impacted by cancer in some form or another, and I shudder to think if I asked for a show of hands from anyone here in this room who has lost someone to cancer, particularly smoking-related cancer, nearly every one of us would raise their hands. I won't shame you into doing that, but I want to ask you to think about the people that you've lost, whom smoking has killed. 2 years ago, it killed my mom, who beat lung cancer for 16 years. 16 years. But she, like millions and millions of Americans, had a biology that made her highly addictive. And yet we're going to, in this bill, not allow the FDA to set a maximum nicotine level? They're in the middle of addicting intentionally millions of children because they know that we've made smoking socially unacceptable. And so instead, they shifted kids over to vaping, making that the new cool thing to do, hooking them on vaping with candy flavors and making vaping seem fun, hip, and cool when we're addicting another generation of these kids to nicotine. And we've had kids die, and the health impacts of vaping are horrifying. The sooner that FDA can finalize and implement these rules, the sooner we can prevent more kids from smoking or vaping, save lives, and stop the tobacco industry's lethal, targeted marketing of these products. I mean, come on. If there is anything that we are going to do together, I mean, a lot of us have young children or young adult children like I do. Thank God my kids have heeded mine and Steve's admonition that they never touch any of these products. And likely many of yours have too, and likely they have not. Because there's a lot of kids hiding and sneaking the vaping and that you don't know that they are doing. And the health consequences are going to come back to bite you. When you find that your family and another generation of loved ones gets sick and dies from cancer, we have to cut the tobacco companies off at the knees. I'd use another body part because that's what I'd like to do to them, but that would be inappropriate in this format. Please, can we all agree that we should do everything we can in the law and empower the FDA to make sure that we aren't hooking another generation and keeping another generation hooked on nicotine and harmful tobacco-related products? We have to prevent more death. That is what my amendments will do by striking these harmful riders. If you vote against it, you are voting to kill more Americans and to cause more cancer in this country. That's on you. I urge the support of my amendment.
Mr. Harris, Dr. Harris is recognized.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. Although clearly smoking is a major health issue, this amendment just addresses a near-final rule that prohibits menthol as a characterizing flavor in cigarettes, and a future rulemaking that could reduce nicotine levels in cigarettes by as much as 95% from current levels. But realistically, if they decide to reduce it by 95%, it's probably not going to be, domestic tobacco is probably not going to be able to fulfill that. And these are just examples of classic government overreach. Such regulations like this will just take products out of the legal system and put them into illicit markets, helping criminal enterprises and further straining law enforcement. That's why law enforcement thinks that these are not ready for prime time, these rules. People won't magically stop smoking under such regulations. They'll just turn to a black market. That'll lead to more crime, and the law enforcement community is rightly concerned. If FDA were to focus its effort on truly reducing harm, they would focus on enforcement against youth accessing vapor, educating adult cigarette consumers, and encouraging those adults to switch to less harmful, smoke-free products. Let's not exacerbate the black market. Let's keep the FDA focused on the real products that are harming our youth, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Mr. Rutherford is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise today in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment, which would strike a provision in this bill that restricts the implementation of the Food and Drug Administration's ill-advised menthol cigarette and flavored cigar rules. Here we are again talking about rules, fighting back, pushing back against executive agency rules. Nobody in this body has voted on this issue. No committee hearing, no discussion. They just pass a rule, just like they did on the stabilizing brace that stops wounded veterans from being able to fire on the firing range. More rules from the executive branch trying to legislate by fiat. Look, we can all agree that we must work to keep tobacco products out of the hands of children and to educate the public about the dangers of smoking. I have absolutely no problem with that. However, the across-the-board bans of these legal products will only increase crime, expand the black market, as was mentioned just a moment ago, and burden law enforcement. God knows law enforcement doesn't need this on their back as well. If the FDA moves forward with these rules, it will mean that all menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars, even premium cigars, will be categorized as illicit products, criminalizing the actions of millions of Americans. These products will move to the black market, benefiting the organized criminal networks in the U.S. and abroad. State and local law enforcement officers would then be left to take on the responsibility of investigating and interdicting illicit manufacturing, smuggling, and illegal sales in our communities, burdening them at a time when they're already facing major challenges, particularly with their community relations. Though the FDA has stated that they would not enforce these rules against individuals, I thought that was rather interesting. Underground sales evade taxation and therefore violate state and local laws. The FDA should do its job and keep these products in the legal and regulated stream of commerce so that purchases are age verified. I don't want children smoking premium cigars, and quite frankly, I don't think they are. Products are the responsibility of the FDA is to regulate. They should not be legislating by fiat. Without a yield back.
Ms. Underwood is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Despite all the efforts we've made to reduce smoking rates in recent decades, cigarette smoking is still the leading cause of preventable disease, disability, and death in the United States. Every day, approximately 1,600 young people try their first cigarette. For many of them, this is a life-altering choice. Each day that passes without meaningful action, we lose more kids to addiction and more Americans to deaths that could have been prevented. We know how this public health crisis started, and we know how we can work to end it. One evidence-based step is establishing a maximum nicotine level for cigarettes. One study in the New England Journal of Medicine estimates that with this policy in place, 16 million Americans who would have otherwise begun smoking will not start, and 2.8 million tobacco-related deaths will be prevented by 2060. 2.8 million deaths prevented. This rule will save lives, and yet the Republican bill we are considering today would block the FDA from advancing it. Supporting this amendment will allow the FDA to finalize its common sense rule and protect more kids from getting addicted to tobacco. This amendment also prioritizes the health of our youth by allowing the FDA to finalize rules prohibiting flavored cigars and menthol cigarettes. Currently, more high school students smoke cigars than cigarettes. Somebody just talked about this. I'll repeat. More high school students smoke cigars than cigarettes. And part of the reason is because cheap cigars are flooding the market, sold in kid-friendly flavors like Tropical Twist, Banana Smash, and Cherry Dynamite. We know that banning flavored products will decrease smoking among youth because we've already seen it. The 2009 ban on flavored cigarettes was associated with significant declines in smoking. Furthermore, we know that a prohibition on menthol cigarettes will save lives. A study found that from 1980 to 2018, menthol cigarettes were responsible for slowing down the decline in smoking prevalence in the United States and led to 378,000 premature deaths. In the words of former FDA Commissioner and Trump appointee, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, we need to address the impact that menthol in cigarettes has on the public health. Take it from the last two administrations' FDA commissioners. Take it from healthcare professionals. Take it from decades worth of data, science, and research. Every day that these products remain on the market, we are putting America's youth at risk of addiction. Continued delay or inaction will only increase our risk of losing another generation to the tobacco epidemic in the United States. But today, we have the opportunity to move forward with evidence-based policies that will protect kids and save millions of lives. Supporting this amendment will allow the FDA to implement these common sense rules. I thank Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz for offering the amendment and for her longtime leadership on this issue. I urge all my colleagues to support and think of our youth and to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Please pass this common sense amendment. Let's save more lives, prevent more heartache for millions of families across this country, and help work together so that we can prevent any more deaths from cancer. That's what this amendment is about. And I ask you, before you vote, to think about loved ones you've lost to cancer. Thank you. I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. Wasserman Schultz. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro.
Yes.
Ms. DeLauro, yes. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, yes. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, yes. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger. No.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, yes. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, yes. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Amaday? Mr. Amaday? Mr. Amaday, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, yes. Oh. Valdez coming. Let's see.
Their vote or change their vote. Mr. Valadeo, or do you wish to record your vote?
Mr. Valadeo, no.
No.
Mr. Valadeo, no.
The clerk will tally. Move. Can you reach that first?
Sure. There you go. That's nice. Is that
you.
real? Is that real?
Okay. So we're going to call out the vote, and then we're going to say votes have
Yeah,
been called.
we're
and
gonna
now
go vote.
recess, please.
Try and put this drawer back in.
On this vote, the ayes are 25. The noes are 35. The amendment is not adopted. Votes have been called. Votes have been called. The committee will now recess. Please return properly so we continue consideration. Please try to get back as quickly as you can.
All right.
The committee come to order. Are there any further amendments? Are there any further amendments?
We're just telling Ms. Lee to be ready.
What?
Ms. Lee's going to stand up.
She's good. Are there any further amendments? We're picking up where we were before we left.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It's Lee Amendment Number 1.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will head the amendment.
An amendment by.
I ask that the clerk dispense of the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dismissed with the member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This amendment would strike Section 764 and Section 757 of the bill. Section 764, it attempts to remove all efforts. And let me just quote from this section. Relating to further advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government, impacting, of course, the USDA, FDA, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and the Farm Credit Administration. Section 757 is yet another attempt to ban the teaching of our nation's racial history and diversity, and so this language must be stricken. The majority would like to, quite frankly, write off diversity, equity, and inclusion programs as being too radical and woke. But this is really not about the culture wars. This is about supporting the very populations that we are elected to protect and serve. The truth is that this anti-equity language, it really is a cruel and immoral attack on ranchers and farmers, including veterans, specialty crop farmers, women, farmers of color, rural and low-income communities. If Section 764 is not stricken, all equity work, mind you, equity, that's for equal opportunity and diversity and inclusion, this would cease under the Farm Service Agency. FSA's ability to increase its access to its farm programs and farm loan programs for underserved and non-traditional products would be limited. Technical assistance, education, and outreach would be limited. The Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production would lose funding for grants to our communities. And the 17 new urban centers across the country that NRCS and FSA are standing up this year would lose expert staff. Now, all of these programs support local communities and schools in each of our regions, whether rural, suburban, or urban. It's unconscionable to leave underserved communities, their farmers, children, and families, leave them out to dry. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. If you care about national food security and speaking the truth, vote yes to strike these sections. I yield back.
Dr. Harris is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The USDA already currently has a civil rights office whose mission is, quote, to provide leadership and direction for the fair and equitable treatment of all USDA customers and employees. So, Madam Chair, I would offer that this is just duplicative. We already fund a civil rights office in the USDA, and creating a duplicative one to deal with equity instead of equitable is probably not a wise use of taxpayer dollars. This office, in fact, the Office of Civil Rights, coordinates various initiatives that address the unique concerns of specific groups in achieving diversity, inclusion, and equality of opportunity in recruitment, hiring, development, training, and advancement. It already exists in the department. Why create another one? Adding another layer of bureaucracy is simply duplicative. On critical race theory, simply put, the federal government has no right to force a political judgment onto Americans. Now, I know that yesterday the issue came up of, questioning, well, what's critical race theory? Nobody can define critical race theory. Well, I urge you to go to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund site And it actually has a section says critical race theory frequently asked questions. It uses the term and it defines critical race theory. It's the very first one. In fact, the frequently asked question is, what is critical race theory? Well, that was offered yesterday, so let me offer the explanation offered by the NAACP. Critical race theory, or CRT, is an academic and legal framework that denotes that systemic racism is part of American society. Well, Madam Chair, I reject this, that the American society is systemically racist. And furthermore, teaching individuals, whether it's in school children or individuals in any of the agencies, to judge a person by the color of their skin, that if their skin isn't the right color, they are racist. They are part of a systemically racist society, is racist in and of itself. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
I think this is a good amendment. The bill borrows funding for an executive order, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and gives the following definitions of equity and underserved communities. The term equity means the consistent and systematic, fair, just, and impartial treatment of all individuals. That sounds like what our country was founded on. The term underserved communities refers to populations sharing a particular characteristic, as well as geographic communities that have been systematically denied a full opportunity to participate in aspects of economic life, social and civic life. That sounds to me like what rural America deals with every day and what this bill seeks to address. So the word accessibility should be a tip-off. It protects the rights of disabled Americans. It defines accessibility as the design, construction, development, and maintenance of facilities, information, communication technologies, and programs so that all people, including people with disabilities, can fully and independently use them. This equity challenge, I believe, is not well written, and I believe that we ought to pass this amendment so that we assure that every American has access to the amenities and to the services that USDA provides for all American citizens. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Lee is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank our ranking member for his support and just respond very quickly and say, with regard to systemic racism, institutional racism, these are about policies, mind you, and programs that specifically exclude populations of people from participation, for full participation in whatever that agency, program, business, organization has provided. Democracy requires fairness, equality, and equity for everyone. And I'm deeply disturbed by Republicans' vendetta on all of these bills against inclusion and representation. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to ensure equity and access to all federal resources for all. And that's what we're talking about when we are trying to make sure that we amend this provision out, these provisions out of this bill. Thank you again, and I yield.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. Lee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No. Like a roll call vote, Madam Chair?
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
May we have a roll call, Chair? Madam Chair, roll call.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you. A sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright, yes. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, yes. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger?
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter? Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. Laturner? Mr. Laturner, no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger, yes. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, aye. Mrs. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, yes. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo? Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Yes. Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, yes. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke? No. Mr. Zinke, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, yes.
Does any member their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted.
At the desk.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the member.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this amendment is simply to ensure this committee continues to uphold its longstanding bipartisan commitment to fully fund the WIC program so that all eligible low-income families who apply can be served at benefit levels adequate to meet their nutritional needs. WIC is a targeted program that serves nutritionally at-risk pregnant women, new moms, infants, and young children. Today, families are faced with high food costs and an urgent maternal health crisis. Americans are struggling to access the nutritious and healthy foods they need to survive. Understanding this reality, I am disappointed in the majority's decision to propose slashing WIC benefits for 5 million women and children. The majority has decided that $11 a month, the level explicitly set in this bill, is somehow sufficient to help families afford the necessary amounts of fruits and vegetables for nutritionally vulnerable children. Well, like most people, I've been noticing the prices at the grocery store, and I find this difficult to comprehend. My amendment increases the overall funding level for WIC, consistent with the President's budget request, so that we can ensure all eligible families can access WIC's critical nutrition support. It also replaces the harmful language in today's bill that cuts the WIC fruit and vegetable benefit and replaces it with common sense language that would provide USDA with the authority to maintain the value of the WIC fruit and vegetable benefit consistent with recommendations from the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. WIC's enhanced fruit and vegetable benefit is working. The data show it's increasing fruit and vegetable consumption among WIC-enrolled toddlers. Do we really want to be in the business of taking healthy food out of the mouths of children? Beyond that, there is no economic justification for the cruelty of this bill. WIC is good for families and the American economy. We are seeing returned investment up the food supply chain, driving increased transactions at retail grocery stores and providing support for producers, growers, and farmers markets. This is why the enhanced WIC fruit and vegetable benefit enjoys broad support across industry, as well as public health and nutritional organizations. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter a joint statement from the International Fresh Produce Association, National Grocers Association, American Public Health Association, and National WIC Association, urging Congress to maintain its bipartisan commitment to funding WIC, inclusive of the enhanced fruit and vegetable benefit.
Without objection.
Thank you. Colleagues, let me be clear. The purpose of the increase to the WIC fruit and vegetable benefit is to bring it in line with science-based recommendations from the National Academies, which were made in 2017. The need for increased WIC funding extends beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. The majority is gutting the WIC fruit and vegetable benefit in order for them to claim that they cut $500 million in funding for WIC while still serving all eligible participants. In the nearly 50 years of the WIC program's existence, Congress has never once cut the WIC benefit to ensure that the program had enough funding to serve its projected caseload. The funding level for WIC set forth in this bill, which is $800 million below the President's budget request, is far below what would be needed to prevent eligible moms and kids from being forced into WIC waiting lists. Last Friday, USDA announced that WIC is now serving 6.6 million participants, well over fiscal year 22 levels and exceeding USDA's projections for all of fiscal year 2024. Increasing WIC roles is a good thing, and we must ensure WIC funding is sufficient to keep up with this trend. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. I yield back.
Dr. Harris is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I oppose the amendment as it's offered. We've heard a good bit of debate on WIC funding levels today, but remember, the bill actually increases the pre-COVID levels of the cash value voucher. Remember, that was supposed to be a one-time increase for COVID. COVID is over. President even admits it, and it's time to return it to a sustainable funding level. In fact, with regard to the cuts, the rescissions, I'll remind the committee that in the past 4 years, where we were not in the majority, the rescissions were $315 million, $621 million, $1.25 billion in fiscal year 21, and $1 billion in fiscal year 2020. We actually are well below the average rescission in this bill. So, Madam Chair, I have a second-degree amendment to Ms. Underwood's amendment at the desk. It's revised amendment number 3.
There is at the desk an amendment in the second degree to the amendment offered by Ms. Underwood. The clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
An amendment by Dr. Harris. Strike everything after insert. Strike everything after insert and insert 6,500,000,000 on page 87, line 5, following A1 insert and A2, and strike 500,000,000 and insert 1 billion.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, my second-degree amendment increases WIC-based funding by $500 million, actually $200 million above the President's request. We strike the provision that removes the rescission we made, which again is a relatively small rescission compared to what the majority over the last 4 years has done to the WIC bill. And this fiscally responsible amendment offsets the increased funding to this WIC program by rescinding an additional $500 million from the IRA REAP program. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment.
Ms. Delorio.
Thank you, Chairwoman Granger. I should be surprised that we're here to discuss even bigger threats to rural America than the bill started out with. I wouldn't have guessed that we would spend so much time today fighting back Republican attempts to take critical funding away from rural communities across this country. But yet again, here we are. I mentioned before when we considered my earlier amendment that the REAP program, Rural Energy for America program, was instrumental in saving enough energy to power over 260,000 homes while creating or saving an estimated of 826 jobs. But taking away those jobs and increasing electrical costs for those houses is not enough for my Republican colleagues. Instead, they want to cut not just $500 million from these communities, but would quite literally double down to cut $1 billion instead. That's more jobs lost, that's energy costs higher. What agenda is this? But maybe I should say instead, whose agenda is it? Is it the Republican majority's agenda? Or quite honestly, I think that my colleagues are letting themselves be led around by their noses by discredited fringe groups. In fact, they are extreme outside groups with the bright ideas of repealing disability benefits and pensions from veterans. But these are the sort of folks that seem to be setting the policies that the subcommittee chairman is putting before us. I would hope that my Republican colleagues recognize this absurdity and would take this amendment on its merits and reject it, because the underlying bill, for the underlying bill, those merits were $5 million in cuts for Connecticut, $9 million in cuts for Arizona, and $6 million cuts for Montana. But Chairman Harris says that's not enough. Let's double those cuts. Let's double the cuts. There really doesn't seem to be enough money in the world to satisfy the desire to undercut this country's rural communities. I'll just make one more point. Earlier today, when I talked about the REAP amendment, I want to read again. In Alabama, in Virginia, in Florida, in Maryland, in Iowa, in Louisiana, in Michigan, in Washington State, and in California, that the REAP award data for your constituents in your states totaled $21 billion. Think twice about voting for an amendment that would double the cuts to the REAP program. It has significant and profound effects on your districts and on your constituents. And they will come out to speak to you about these cuts. So with that, I ask you, please reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Henson?
Madam Chair, I rise today in support of this second-degree amendment. It is a sustainable and responsible approach to helping to provide that additional support to women and children through the WIC program, and would actually increase the budget authority to a total of $6.5 billion, $200 million above the president's budget request, $500 million above the total from fiscal year 23. So when we look at the unobligated funds that we're looking at here as the pay for, as a responsible pay for here, these are coming from a program that has already seen a significant plus up. So we want to make sure that we can allow women and children to access the nutritious food they need. But again, we need to do that in a responsible way. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment with this pay for, and I yield back.
I yield my time to Mr. Laura.
I thank the gentleman, and I will just be 30 seconds, if you will. I just would like to let Ms. Hinson know that the REAP awards, there were over 300 of them. It's about $6 billion. Again, I would think twice about what kind of cuts are going to be made to your constituents.
Mr.
I
Bishop?
yield back.
Mr. Bishop?
You have.
I yield back, I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, I forgot. Mr. Espaillat.
Bishop yielded his time to Laura. That's what happened. So now it's Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of Ms. Underwood's WIC amendment. WIC stands for Women, Infant, and Children. So this is what we're doing here today. We're cutting programs that will impact women, infant, and children. The proposed cuts to the WIC's cash value benefits that expands access to fruits and vegetables amounts to a 56% reduction in benefits for children and a 70% reduction for women. In New York alone, more than 30,000 people will be immediately impacted, including 238,000 toddlers. Again, women, infant, and children. Restricting these benefits, of course, would have a disproportionate effect on communities like the one I represent, who are more likely to rely on nutrition programs to access healthy foods. We often speak about eating healthy, and we saw the impact of not eating healthy during the pandemic. Diabetes, respiratory diseases, asthma, and a host of other diseases are directly connected to your eating habits. So we try to promote healthy eating, and yet we're cutting significantly the ability to get access to fruits and vegetables for women, infant, and children. Currently, Black and brown women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes. And Black and brown adults are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. Obviously, expanding healthier food options can do a lot to address these disparities that showed up during the pandemic. And that's why we saw high numbers of deaths in neighborhoods that experience high incidence of diabetes, asthma, respiratory, cardiovascular problems. And so we are engaged in an effort now to cut these resources to women, infant, and children. So, Madam Chair, I stand in strong support for the amendment provided by the distinguished gentle lady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood. And I yield back.
Ms. Underwood?
Chairman Harris's amendment just illustrates the cruelty of the Republicans' agenda. They want us to believe that we have to take away from small farmers and rural businesses in order to provide necessary nutrition support for moms and their kids. We have to reject that false choice. We can do both. I urge a no vote on this amendment offered by Mr. Harris, and I yield back.
Recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And to alleviate some of the concerns about the REAP program, I will be offering an amendment after we dispense with this amendment, with Ms. Underwood's amendment, that would convert the REAP program from a grant program to a loan guarantee program, which will multiply tremendously the amount of funding accessible to rural communities. And let's not mix apples and oranges. The fact of the matter is that the numbers that Ms. DeLauro quoted are loan numbers, not grant numbers. That's mixing apples and oranges. To say that there are $21 billion in grants, there weren't. There were a total of $12 million in grants under this program since the program was initiated. It was loans. It was guaranteed loans. That's how we get the best value for the money. Again, I move this amendment. We're going to take some of those unobligated balances, and then the remainder of the unobligated balances in an amendment to be considered later will be converted to a loan guarantee program, which will unleash tremendous amounts of capital into rural areas for electric supply. I yield back.
The question is now on the second degree amendment offered by Dr. Harris. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the second degree amendment is adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. In the opinion of the chair, a sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. No. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, yes. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Aye. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Yes. Mr. Carl, yes. Mr. Carter. Yes. Mr. Carter, yes. Mr. Cartwright. No. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. No. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Yes. Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, yes. Mr. Clyde. Yes. Mr. Clyde, yes. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. No. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. No. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Yes. Mr. Fleischman, yes. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. No. Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Franklin. Thank you. Mr. Garcia. Yes. Mr. Garcia, yes. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, yes. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris.
Yes.
Dr. Harris, yes. Mrs. Henson. Yes. Mrs. Henson, yes. Mr. Hoyer.
No.
Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce.
Yes.
Mr. Joyce, yes. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. No. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Yes. Mr. LaTurner, yes. Ms. Lee of California. No. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. No. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, yes. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, yes. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, yes. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, yes. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, yes. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye. Aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, yes.
The clerk will tally.
Mr. Reschenthaler? You're not recorded. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye.
Is Mr. Diaz-Balart recorded?
Got him, yes.
He's running around somewhere.
On this note, the ayes are 33, the noes 27. The amendment is in the second degree adopted. We'll now return to the amendment offered by Ms. Underwood as amended.
Madam Chair, can I be recognized? Okay. Dr. Harris's language changes strike the enhanced WIC fruit and vegetable language, and it cuts funding for REAP in half, setting up this false choice again between small farmers and rural businesses and the nutrition needs for moms and their children. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment from consideration.
Without objection. Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have an amendment number 4 at the desk.
The clerk will
And
read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Madam Chair, this amendment is the one I just spoke about. It simply requires remaining balances from resources provided in Public Law 117-169 for the REAP program to to be used for loan guarantees and not for grants. This will significantly extend much more capital to rural areas for eligible activities under the program, even at a $2 billion level than the original $3 billion level, which could only have been used for grants. And therefore, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Laurel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to repeat again something I said earlier with regard to this issue of loan guarantees. I might add this information I'm not making it up. The information is coming from folks who deal with the REAP program. And the plan would block the USDA from awarding grants for mandatory funding. Mandatory funding could only be used for loan guarantees. In the FY 2022, loan guarantees, the likes of which the chair is speaking about, made up just 5.3% of REAP projects. Loan guarantees are used mostly for very large projects, not the small family farms, the ranchers, and other businesses that can benefit most from the grants. I want to also correct something that I did say earlier when I talked about the REAP awards. These are not what I mentioned in Alabama and Virginia, Florida, Maryland, Iowa, Louisiana, Michigan, Washington State, and California. These are grants. It was $21,381,000, not billion. These are small grants. This is what is being said about the loan guarantee program, that it does not benefit our small farmers and ranchers and other businesses that benefit from the grants. I urge a no vote. Yield back.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And again, I reiterate, there are mandatory parts of the program which may have done grants in the past. We appropriate about $50 million to the loan guarantee part of the program. My amendment would increase that amount 40-fold, and hopefully the Secretary will figure out a way to maybe let some of those loans go to smaller entities. That's kind of a decision made by the Secretary. Hopefully with this much larger pot of capital money for loan guarantees, the Secretary will change and actually give some of these loan guarantees to smaller entities. I yield back, and I urge the adoption of the amendment.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Dr. Harris. All those in favor of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Roll call? No.
Roll call. Okay. There are a lot of hands up. They're dwindling.
Are we on this? Are we on this
We
one
don't
now?
have enough hands. They've got to have 13 hands. Okay, okay.
A recorded vote has been.
I'll help you out.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, yes. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, yes. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscotti? Mr. Siscotti, yes. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, yes. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I thought I heard him. Did I hear him or not? I didn't hear him. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, yes. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, yes. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, yes. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, yes. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, yes. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, yes. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, yes. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, yes. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. Granger?
Yes.
Ms. Granger, yes. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, yes. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris?
Yes.
Dr. Harris, yes. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, yes. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, yes. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter? Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, yes. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, yes. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, yes. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, yes. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, yes. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, no.
The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 27. The amendment is adopted. I now recognize Mr. Rogers for a motion. Where's Mr. Rogers?
Madam Chair, I move to favorably report the fiscal year 2024 Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration Appropriations Bill to the House.
The question is now on the motion to favorably report the fiscal year 2024 Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and related agencies Appropriations Bill to the House. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support, a recording vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amaday. Mr. Amaday, yes. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, yes. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, yes. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Can y'all tell people not to leave the room? Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Sorry. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Lauro. Mr. Lauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, yes. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, yes. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, yes. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, yes. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, yes. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, yes. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Sletlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, yes. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, yes.
Does any member wish to record the On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 27. The motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered.
Chairman Granger, I ask for 3 days for the minority to file
Without objection, so ordered. Our next order of business today is to consideration of the interim sub-allocation of budget of allocations for fiscal year 2024. I will be offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute to the interim allocations that have been circulated in your offices. Before I do, I must ask if any member wishes to offer an amendment to the interim 302B report. Hearing no members wishing to offer an amendment to the interim allocations, I will now recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute to the interim allocations. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the amendment.
An amendment by Ms. Granger.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute is dispensed with.
Do we have a copy?
As we begin debate on the subcommittee allocations, I would like to set the stage for how we got where we are today. I'll start with some background. I mentioned yesterday that during the last Congresses, more than $3 trillion was spent outside of the annual applications process. Government spending increased and inflation soared. That's why we have no choice but to reduce spending where we can. In addition, the president's budget was more than a month late, which delayed the congressional border process also. It also took months to resolve the debt ceiling. But now that we have a framework, we can move forward with our bills. While the Fiscal Responsibility Act set the top-line spending limit, it does not require that we mark up our bills to that level. Simply put, the debt ceiling bills set a ceiling, not a floor, for fiscal year 2024 bills. The allocations before us reflect the change members on my side of the aisle want to see by returning spending to responsible levels. They also fulfill our commitment to focus our limited resources on the core responsibilities of the federal government. National security, veterans, and border security are our priorities. With just months before the end of the fiscal year, we must not delay. We need to work quickly to have all 12 bills signed into law by September 30th. I urge a yes vote on this amendment to the allocation. I would like to recognize Ranking Member DeLauro for remarks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Granger. This committee has been in limbo for the last 2 months while the Republican majority held the global economy hostage, placed us on the brink of default and economic catastrophe. The price they demanded to avoid a Republican default, cuts by as much as 30% to critical programs that the people of this country rely on. Cuts that would have kicked hundreds of thousands of families out of their homes, robbed them of the child care that helps them keep their jobs. Cuts that would have pulled elementary school teachers out of the classroom and put college and job training out of reach. Cuts that would have made our communities less safe and kicked hundreds of local cops off the street. The House Republican plan was always as untenable as it was cruel. And the bipartisan budget agreement enacted less than 2 weeks ago was supposed to be a compromise measure to take most of this cruelty off the table. That agreement contained a lot that I disagree with. Too much, in fact, for me to support it in my my position and my capacity as the ranking member of this important committee, particularly since Congress is experts on these issues. The four corners of the Appropriations committees were locked out of the rooms that this agreement was negotiated in. But, my friends, it is now the law, passed in the House, passed in the Senate, signed by the President. We all remember the little book that says how a bill becomes law. This is how a bill became law. And now that it is a law, we have a duty. We have a duty to move forward and to implement the agreement in a bipartisan manner. And yet, we are currently convened for our third full committee markup of the year. And I stress third, because it is the middle of June, and this Republican majority is still straining to get the basics right. There is no 302A in the House, despite a law setting the top line. We have already marked up 2 bills in full committee without approving a single allocation. I would hope that some of my Republican colleagues agree with me. When I was chair, and before me, Nita Lowey, I made sure everyone knew all subcommittee allocations before we considered a single bill in full committee out of respect for my colleagues and for this institution. And by contrast, this majority resorts to procedural machinations, unprecedented for this committee, just to keep their agenda hidden for as long as possible. They hide their proposals because the Republican majority clearly wants nothing to do with bipartisan cooperation, nothing to do with keeping their word, nothing to do with the law that they just enacted. They clearly have no desire to govern in anything resembling a serious manner. My friends, the bipartisan budget agreement was to get us back to regular order. To regular order. That's what I did not vote for. You all voted for it, except for a few on the other side. You voted for it. It is the law of the land, and now you walk away from it, and the ink is not even dry on the agreement. But these Republican allocations, secretly leaked to the press before they were shared with members of this committee, are a complete affront, an abrogation of the deal your speaker just reached with the President of the United States. My colleagues, these allocations are either an attempt to appease the same reckless faction that would rather have us default than uphold our constitutional duty, or they are evidence that the same Republican members who voted for the debt deal no longer support it. Clearly, the majority has no faith in their own speaker's ability to carry out all the aspects of this deal, the only legislative achievement of his tenure. How do we know this? Because on their face, these cuts return not just to the $142 billion cuts that failed as part of the initial McCarthy caps bill, but to more drastic cuts. Republicans instead want bigger cuts, $159 billion to start, but as much as $189 billion if Republicans fully flout their speaker's commitments and the law that they just voted to enact. These allocations evince an agenda that will lead us back into gridlock. It appears that threatening a Republican default was insufficient and that the majority is now intent on driving a partisan appropriations process that will steer us into a prolonged, continuing resolution at best, but more likely, a government shutdown. That is why it is so puzzling that when the chair released the allocations on Monday night, that she stated, Republicans on the committee intend to act quickly to get all of the appropriations bills signed into law. That's a quote. I would like to ask anyone in the majority how these allocations serve any purpose other than to make it more difficult to reach agreement in the fall. Look no further than the very first line in the allocations. The proposed level for the agricultural appropriations bill is a cut of $8 billion. That is more than 30% below last year's level. Let me spell it out for you. House Republicans' plan for the bill is to roll back 16 years of investment in rural America and our most vulnerable communities. Let's look further down the road, pretending for a moment that this majority will actually put pen to paper for the cruelty they envision for the labor, HHS, and education bill. Their allocations suggest a cut of $60 billion for the labor HHS bill. My friends, this isn't just numbers on a page, percentages. This is about lives. That's what we're charged with here, our people's lives. That's what this institution is about. That's why you come to serve, to help to make a difference in people's lives. The cuts put on display by these allocations would imperil critical sources that Americans rely on. These cuts would kick 300,000 children out of childcare and Head Start, make health care more expensive and less accessible for 2 million vulnerable people who rely on community health centers, and deny access care for opioid use disorder for 28,000 people. Republican cuts would make college more expensive by reducing the maximum Pell Grant, that award by nearly $1,000 for the 6.6 million recipients, as well as 80,000 who will no longer receive these grants. College would become more expensive for students across the entire country. In my home state of Connecticut, that means college would be more expensive for 79,000 aspiring students. In Arizona, over 275,000 would find the cost of an education bill rise, and it would harm 12,500 kids from Montana pursuing higher education. This is a real-life consequence for our children. And I would remind my colleagues once again, the ink is barely dry on the bipartisan budget agreement. Yet, we are here to consider the Republican majority's spending agenda, domestic funding agenda that completely reneges on the compromises struck less than 2 weeks ago. Does the left hand even talk to the right? Do my colleagues on the other side of the aisle realize what a wasteful exercise it is to move these partisan bills, which have no chance of becoming law, against their own votes, promises, and agreements? Why, 1 year after you refuse to participate in conference discussions, do my Republican colleagues insist on catapulting this committee into irrelevance? Some of my colleagues fully recognize this absurdity and are more than happy to spell it out on the record for the press. Why they insist on building these castles in the air is really beyond me. We must come together, Democrats and Republicans, to put forward credible proposals to advance our shared priorities into law. And I will tell you, despite the imperfections of the bipartisan budget agreement, it is the law. And as someone who stands here and who voted against it and didn't want to move forward on it, I'm willing to take it up and do what we need to do to pass appropriations bills, to make sure we keep a government open, because the people of this country rely on what we do in this committee more than any other committee in the Congress. As the Appropriations Committee is the central portion of our government. It is the power of the purse. And every single year, we appropriate the resources that keep this government going and the people of this country going and their economic future going. And the first step is rejecting a partisan slate of sub-allocations, and I yield back.
Would you like to be recognized? Recognize Mr. Cloud.
Mr. Cloud? Yes. Better.
Mr. Hoyer.
Hello. Wanted to thank you for the great work on this bill, the staff, this committee as well, you as well, Chairman. And as we look at the 302Bs, we had an understanding that with us being delayed in this process by Biden refusing to negotiate for about 100 days, and the work that we've been working on, and in spite of the left's misunderstanding that the caps are caps and not mandates, I appreciate your understanding on that. As we look at the 302Bs, many in our conference are still looking at the bills. Some of the text is still coming together, and wanted to make sure that if necessary, and if the committee decides that those 302Bs may need to be adjusted, that would be appropriate at a future date.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate what you're saying, and you and I have had many good conversations in the last few weeks. I commit to you that those conversations will continue in the weeks to come. My goal is to find the right landing spot for these bills so we can pass them through the House, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer.
Yeah, I know. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The previous gentleman spoke, Mr. Cloud. He referenced that the president didn't come to the table for some odd days. Mr. McCarthy mentioned that on a regular basis. Presumably, the reason Mr. McCarthy wanted the president to come to the table is so they could make a deal. I have a great deal of respect for this institution and a great deal of respect for the members of this institution. And I think on your side of the aisle, I speak to my Republican friends, when through the last 42 years I've given one of your members my word, I keep it. I think that's my reputation on your side of the aisle. There is no sense in me coming to a deal with you when we have a $50 difference between 50 and 100, and we make a deal at 75. If you come back to me after the deal is done and say, oh, we meant that 75 was the ceiling. That's not a deal. That's not one of the deals any of you would make. And if you have any respect for yourselves, you will not pretend that you're following a deal that over a majority of the majority voted for. Do you think any of us would have made a deal if we thought your 22 number was the deal? What kind of deal is that? What kind of respect for yourselves is that? If we cannot respect one another's word, then we might as well just call it 34-27 and not meet. I am very disappointed. I think today's vote was disappointing. I will not vote to remove Mr. Santos from this body until he has a hearing. That didn't happen today. I don't know where we're going in this institution if we can't have faith and trust at least in one another's integrity, even if we don't if we severely disagree with one another. Madam Chair, with all due respect, saying that we're keeping a deal, there was no deal apparently. And what we have is some 20 people in this House holding 415 of us hostage. And you, on the Republican side, know that to be the case. And that's not what America expects of this institution. Over 300 of us voted to not default, which the Speaker said was not an option. I disagreed with Ms. DeLauro. She voted no, but I know she would have voted, if it meant the difference between America defaulting, she would have voted yes. Now, Madam Chair, I've served on this committee now. This is my 24th year of the 42 years I've been in Congress. And I hope that we can do better than we've been doing, where we line up and do 34-27, 34-27, 34-27, as if there is no intellectual merit in any of the debate that we proceed in. And if, in fact, I make a deal with all of you, and then you tell me, well, the deal was we didn't go above what I said, but we can certainly go below it. So your part of the deal is defunct, is irrelevant. So, Mr. Cloud, I tell you, the president didn't come to the table, and boy, this is not going to give him any encouragement to come to the table again. When he makes a deal, the Speaker makes a deal, and you guys walk away from it. Guys, I will, because of my respect for you, Madam Chair, I will yield back, but I'm not finished. I yield. I was extraordinarily proud of serving on this committee. It was a very bipartisan committee. Bob Livingston and I are good friends. Bill Young and I are good friends. Mr. Witt and I sometimes understood that I was his good friend. Jerry Lewis and I are good friends. David Obey, one of the best members, chairs of this. Hal Rogers and I are friends. And he and I have done some things when there was trouble. And we acted together. Madam Chair, nobody on our side believed that was a ceiling. We believed it was a deal. I'm a pal. I've been a pal for a long time. And deals matter. That's how you get together. That's how families get together. They don't call it a deal. They call it an agreement, or yes, I'll do that, hon, if you do this. We are not treating one another correctly. We are captured by 20-some-odd people in this institution, which is why you're going back on your deal. Don't sugarcoat it. A new deal was made because they wouldn't vote for a rule on your side. We never had that problem, and we also had 4 vote majority. So, ladies and gentlemen, if this institution is going to serve the American people the way they hope to be served, and if we are to respect one another, we ought not to delude one another that when we make an agreement, it is just sometimes an agreement if I happen to like it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Dr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll remind the gentleman from Maryland that when he talked about his early career here with some of the pictures on the wall, the federal debt was $3 trillion.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I won't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The gentleman went over his time. I'm 15 seconds into my time, and the gentleman wants to yield. I think 6.5 minutes was enough for the gentleman from Maryland. Please allow me to speak for my 5 minutes. When those people over there on that side of the wall that you referred to were here, the federal debt was $3 trillion. It's now $31.6 trillion. It will be $32.6 rapidly as the Treasury Secretary has to float $1 trillion in bonds in the next few weeks. And according to the agreement, it will be $35.5 trillion. I would suggest to the gentleman from Maryland that that actually makes a difference in how this committee has to approach things. I would also suggest that the gentleman from Maryland, perhaps he should have listened to Mr. McCarthy as he spoke about the negotiation, because the president didn't. Mr. McCarthy was speaking bluntly about it. He said, we will not spend more in fiscal year 24 than we spend in fiscal year 23. He didn't talk about budget allocations. He said total spending. Now, the American public, we can try to fool the American public with smoke and mirrors and pretend, but the speaker was clear. We are in a debt crisis in this country. The American people, we haven't fooled them anymore. They connected the out-of-control spending of the last 4 years with inflation. They don't like inflation. They don't like the economic uncertainty. We are in difficult times. Now, we can pretend they're not. We can pretend we can print all the money in the world. We can pretend that inflation doesn't occur when the Federal Reserve puts $8 trillion on their balance sheet. We can pretend that, but that's not reality. The reality is we have overspent. The American public know it, and they expect us to stop it. That's what this discussion is all about. It's not about 302Bs and this and this and this. The American people say enough is enough. They agree with the speaker. We cannot spend more this year than we spent last year. We have to control overall spending. That's what this plan does. You know, and we can go to the American public, and I know members on the other side of the aisle said that. Well, you know, look at those 302Bs. Oh my gosh, there's a 30% cut in agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, we just passed the bill out of committee. It has a 2% decrease in spending over last year, so not a 30%. You won't be able to fool the American public by this. The speaker was crystal clear. Could not have been clearer. He said two things. One, we're not going to spend more this year than we spent last year. And two, the budget deal was only the first part of how we deal with that. The speaker never talked about 302Bs. He never talked about inside the Beltway Washington language. He talked in common sense language the average Americans understand. The total spending level. And ladies and gentlemen, I think the bill we just passed, the bill I chaired through the committee, did exactly what the American people expect. Claw back wasteful spending over the last 4 years and use it to keep programmatic levels where they are consistent in the case of agriculture with the needs of our rural areas. So we can have this inside discussion about 302Bs all day long. The average American, that's not what they're paying attention to. What they want to know, will this Congress control spending so that inflation comes back under control? And Madam Chair, I would suggest that we are taking exactly the right approach to that. It had this budget deal, again, you have to listen to what the speaker said. Didn't talk about 302Bs. He said spending this year will be less than last year. That's what the American people want.
No,
that's what the American people expect. And I believe that's what this committee will deliver, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
I yield back.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield time to Mr. Laurel.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Bishop. I just would like to... Can you hear me? Okay. Let me just say this to the chair of the subcommittee. I find it very, very interesting that we have this discussion about domestic investments and that is the cause and the culprit about our deficit. And never once, and never would there have been allowed, when, at least as I understand it, because I was not in the room. As I said, appropriators were left out of the room. And if appropriators had been there, we would have had a much different deal, a much different budget agreement than what we received. But the fact is that domestic investment is not a driver of the debt. It is about revenue. And revenue was not put on the table at all, nor was there any, or it was not allowed in the discussion to talk revenue. And then we have, just this week, what is it, 2 days ago? The Ways and Means Committee has talked about $1.2 trillion in tax cuts for the richest 1/10 of 1%, the biggest corporations in this country. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't see anything wrong with that. I would ask the chair whether or not you find that that tax cut that's being proposed is going to do anything with regard to the deficit. And as I said earlier today, the chutzpah of this whole conversation about spending and domestic investments, and we can't do that, but by God, can we go for tax cuts for the richest people in this country and for the biggest corporations in this country, many of whom don't pay a farthing in taxes, and that when just with the WIC amendment that we talked about, that we're going to take food out of the mouths of babies, that we're going to cut vegetables and fruit, and because the fat cats are going to get 3 squares a day, and not only fruits and vegetables, but steak and lobster and anything else that they want. But we are going to cut funding for the programs that the American people rely on. You tell that story to the American people, and I'll tell you where they will come out on this debate over and over and over again, because they do believe that the emphasis over the last 10 years, and I'll talk about both sides of the aisle, has been the benefits and federal resources going to the richest 1/10 of the people in this country and to the biggest corporations. And it's not going to children and families and small businesses and veterans, et cetera. It hasn't gone that way, and that's where it has to turn around. I yield back, and I thank the gentleman for this time.
Not hear you talk because you're yelling at us. But we came
Madam
here.
Chair, still my time?
We came here to hopefully to learn some things, to get together, to move forward. It's not going to work with just one side of the aisle.
This is what McCarthy.
And I really am very, very disappointed to be treated this way. We came to here to talk about how we could work together, and that's what we were talking about, how we can work together.
Did I didn't yield all of my time to her. I think I had some time remaining.
Yes, you did. You had 1.49.
I think I had minute 49 seconds remaining.
Fine, talk.
I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Hoyer.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Chair, you and I have had a good relationship all the time I've served. And we're going to continue to have a good relationship. My colleague from Maryland responds, but he doesn't mention the deal. It was a deal, and we made the deal. But let me tell the gentleman from Maryland, who may not know these figures, so I hope he takes them down and checks me. I've only been here since '81. Ronald Reagan was president of the United States. In those 8 years, Ronald Reagan increased the budget deficit because only he could sign the signature for money being spent, 186%. George W. Bush, 54%. Bill Clinton, 31%. George W. Bush, 2001, 105% increase in the budget. Why? The tax cuts. That's what happened to Ronald Reagan, the tax cuts. You said they were going to pay for themselves. They didn't. You're only interested in cutting non-defense discretionary spending to save money, which is about 11 or 12% of the budget. You ignore the rest of the budget. That's not honest for any of us. For any of us. Bill Clinton increased the budget 31%. Barack Obama, 69%, Donald Trump, 40%, and there's been a 6.3% increase under President Biden. Now, why is that? Because the number kept getting bigger and bigger. I believe that debt is a problem. I believe deficits are a problem. But this is not an honest debate of how we get there. Mr. Harris and I have had that discussion. But it is a debate when Mr. Harris represents that we're going to do 23 numbers. What's the quote that...
This is a quote from Speaker McCarthy. We will go through the appropriations process and we will do the numbers that we just agreed to. This is not Mr. Hoyer's quote. It is not my quote, but this is the Speaker of the House's quote, the numbers we just agreed to.
I'm reclaiming my time, or the time that you yielded me. What I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, you could cut me off, but look, we're all elected by 750,000 people. We need to trust one another, at least our honesty. At least when we say something, you can count on it. And that's why I said at the beginning, I think that's my reputation. I think you think that. I saw a couple of people shaking their head. But what the hell is the point of making a deal if you're then told, oh, well, that was the ceiling on the deal? What we really want is a lot less. Why? Because 20 people have us captive. It's wrong. We ought not to be doing it that way. And I hope my friends on the other side of the aisle would return to the kind of comedy that we had. I yield back.
Come here to work together and go through this. And I apologize to the people that did this, our people. And we are going to, as we talked before, to follow the line that we know and to make things work. And it doesn't work by one side yelling at the other side. I've got somebody here who's asking to speak. I'll get to you. Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. I want to yield to my good friend from the great state of Texas.
Thank you, appreciate it. I would note that yesterday we got bemoaned as being out of decorum or whatever from saying that some people were from the left because they happen to sit on the left side of the room, and that has been typically, today we've been called cruel, we've been called draconian, we've been told we are trying to take food out of the mouths of children, we've been told by people who don't know how to define what a woman is, that we're against women, all these different kind of things, and then we're supposed to be told to be respectful and honorable in some mad tirade. This is unconscionable, and it's ridiculous that this is happening in this committee. There was talk about regular order. I remember what regular order was in the last term. It was same-day authority. We have 72 hours to read the bill. If the members would have read the bill, they would have understood that these are caps. It's in the plain text of the bill. Some of us who read the bill understand that and are working the appropriations process as it's supposed to be worked. Apparently, our friends on the other side of this column here don't understand math either, because all day we've been hearing that there's 30% of cuts. That's a flat out lie. It's a flat out lie. Do the math. You know there's rescissions there that get this up to, as the chairman said, just negative 2%. We've sat here all day and listened to it. If you want to take the high road and speak to some sort of false piety, I suggest that you get your facts straight first. Read the bill. We did. We understand your regular order. It was horrible for the American people. It did not work, and it wasn't regular order at all. I yield back.
I yield back.
An and or a better solution. I'm very, very disappointed. I'm really stunned by this.
Come back at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
I'll see you at 8 a.m. in the morning. You with me?
Let's go. Bang the gavel. Good choice. It's unbelievable.
It really was unbelievable. I mean, we come here to talk.
Thank you so much for this.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Wow. We're spending
Sorry.
$4 billion under that level.
Yeah. It's just
Not $150 billion under that level.
That's a good day wasted.
Sorry.
We're gonna meet at 8.